All right, thank you. You may be seated. Oh, sorry. All right, good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 6, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against you. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, the detention officer will have paperwork which will detail in writing my orders in your case. Give me just a second to finish getting logged on, and then we will start. All right, we're going to start with Jamie Lopez and then Marcel Young. Mr. Lopez, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jaime Lopez.
And Mr. Lopez, what is your date of birth?
10/8/98.
Thank you. And you are here today on two matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your matter, CR 2025-006-047. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your failure to appear. I am not appointing you an attorney in that matter because one should already have been appointed for you. I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that failure to appear matter in the amount of $3,000. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. Because those offenses were committed while you were on felony release in your other matter, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 3 hearings in your new case, the first on May 12th at 8:30, the second one on May 13th at 1 p.m., and the last one on May 15th at 8:30 a.m., all in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork for you. There you go. Marcel Young, and then Nicholas Warnowski. Mr. Young, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Marcel Young.
And Mr. Young, what is your date of birth?
April 18, 1997.
Thank you. And you are here because the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest in a matter alleging that on or about April 19th, 2022, you engaged in surreptitious videographing or videotaping or filming or recording a Class 5 felony. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are not indigent, but you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right. Sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Nicholas Wojnarowski.
And Mr. Worowski, what is your date of birth?
5/10/2003.
All right, and you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I am now recalling this. Give me just a second. All right. Yeah, Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest. I'm not appointing an attorney here for you today because one should have already been appointed for you if you are eligible to have an attorney appointed for you. You may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 12th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $35,000. If you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would also be subject to certain release conditions, including no returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having contact with any alleged victim and not being able to drive a motor vehicle. Go ahead, step to the left. Amy Porter, please. Hi, Ms. Porter, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Amy Fern Porter.
And Ms. Porter, what is your date of birth?
12/13/78.
Thank you. And you are here today on two matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your new matter. First, you were arrested for an offense that occurred on or about May 4th of 2025 for taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting two hearings in your case, the first on May 12th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Now, you are also here because the town of Paradise Valley issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter. For purposes of that matter, I am finding that you're indigent. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 13th at 8 a.m. in the town of Paradise Valley Court. In your Paradise Valley matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Go ahead.
Your Honor, okay. Sorry, I didn't know about the warrant that was from Paradise Valley until this all happened. This all just happened yesterday. I haven't been before the court in Maricopa County for like 15 years. Like, I haven't been in jail or anything. I have a stable place to live. I have a very good support system. Please, Your Honor, I have, my whole life is out there. I don't have anybody to post bond for me. Please, can you please reconsider, put me on pretrial, anything, I will show up. I've always shown up. I've posted bond. I show up.
So I have considered your extensive criminal history. It looks like you were last convicted in 2019, right? So it's
in
not
Pima County. In Pima County.
15 years.
Well, no, in Pima County, though, not in Maricopa.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I did consider. The state made a recommendation. I considered your case, and I am leaving it set at $5,000. I believe that is appropriate, both to secure your return to court and in view of public safety. Okay, which includes public financial safety. Go ahead, step to the left. Sean Metz, please. Mr. Metz, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Sean Metz,
And Mr. Metz, what's your date of birth?
April 14th, 1988.
Thanks. And you are here on 3 matters, so let's go ahead and talk about your Maricopa County matter first. You are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your Maricopa County matter CR 2023-127558. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because one should already have been appointed for you. I am setting 2 hearings, the first on May 12th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that failure to appear matter in the amount of $1,000. Now, you are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. In that matter, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 8th at 9 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that Peoria Municipal Court matter, yes, in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because the Surprise Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. Also in that matter, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent. An attorney should be appointed at your next hearing, which will be in the Surprise Municipal Court on May 13th at 1:30 p.m. In the Surprise Municipal Court, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. All right, Erwin Upshaw, please, and then Jacob Vasquez. All right, Mr. Upshaw, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Erwin Lee Upshaw.
I'm sorry, what?
Erwin Lee Upshaw.
All right. All right, Mr. Upshaw, what is your date of birth?
9/26/93.
All right, and you are here on 2 matters, sir. You are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter CR 2025-102463. I'm not appointing you an attorney in your failure to appear matter because if you're eligible for an attorney, one should already have been appointed for you. I am setting 2 hearings in your failure to appear matter, the first on May 12th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your failure to appear matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Give me just a second. Make sure I provide you the information. I did not, based upon the very limited information that I have in front of me, I did not find probable cause for either of those violations for purposes of this initial appearance hearing only. You are advised that the allegations are not dismissed and that you must attend the scheduled court dates that I will give you and that will be on your release order because formal charges may nevertheless be filed. You are further advised that a failure to appear at your court dates could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. On your new charges, I am, or in your new matter, I am appointing you an attorney and I'm setting 2 hearings. The first on May 21st at 8:30 and the second one on May 23rd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Jacob Vasquez, please. All right, Mr. Vasquez, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jacob Daniel Vasquez.
And Mr. Vasquez, what is your date of birth?
9282.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your case CR 2021-143188. I'm not appointing an attorney here for you today because one should already have been appointed for you in this matter. I am setting 2 hearings in your failure to appear matter, the first on May 12th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $250. If you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you are reminded you need to attend your court hearings. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. James Holquin Phipps, please. All right, Mr. Holquin Phipps, go ahead and state your name for the record.
James Holguin Phipps.
Mr. Holguin Phipps, what is your date of birth?
March 26, 2004.
All right, and you are here today on 2 matters, so let's talk about your failure to appear matter first. Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in your case CR 2025-116262 for failure to appear in that matter. I'm not appointing you an attorney here today because if you're eligible for an attorney, one should already have been appointed for you in that matter. I am setting 2 hearings, the first on May 12th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In that failure to appear matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possessing or using narcotic drugs. Based upon the limited information that I have in front of me today, I'm not finding probable cause for that violation for purposes of this initial appearance hearing only. You are advised that the allegations are not dismissed and that you must attend the scheduled court dates, which I will tell you and which will be in your release order because formal charges may nevertheless be filed. You are further advised that a failure to appear at your court dates could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. In your on your new charges or your new that I did not find probable cause for, I am appointing you an attorney and I'm setting 2 hearings. The first on May 21st at 8:30 and the second one on May 23rd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And you will need to go to those hearings, sir. Go ahead, step to the left. Gabriel Siniceros, please, and then Shalina Spear.
The judge wants you, the judge. Remember you're in jail? The judge. Come on, let's go. Let's go, right there.
Morning, sir. Can you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Gabriel Siniceros.
And Mr. Siniceros, what is your date of birth?
10/09/03.
Okay. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on shoplifting with an artifice, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a hearing on May 21st at 8:30 and one on May 23rd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, step to the left. Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. Give me just a second. All right. All right, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Shalina Spear.
And Ms. Spear, what is your date of birth?
4/14/78.
Thank you. And you are here today on two matters. So let's talk about your first matter first. Your new matter first. You were arrested yesterday on charges of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those violations. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting two hearings in your case. The first one, this is your new case. The first one on May 21st at 8:30, and the second one on May 23rd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those hearings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on your new matter, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. You are reminded in that case not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim. Now, you are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest. In their matter, it's a pre-adjudication matter for failure to appear. Because of the nature of those charges, I am finding that you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you today in that Peoria Municipal Court matter. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court matter on May 27th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to release you in the Peoria, also going to release you in the Peoria Municipal Court matter on your own recognizance. Okay? All right, so go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you.
Thank you.
All right, Suzanne Davis, please, and then Andre Jordan. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name for the record.
John Davis,
And Ms. Davis, what's your date of birth?
December 1st, 1984.
Okay, so you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of assault, which is a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that violation. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 27th at 9 a.m. in the Santan Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance, but you're going to be subject to certain release conditions, okay? You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or have any physical contact with the alleged victim, okay? Now, I know that you live in a group home. You may continue to reside at your residential group home only if permitted to do so by group home management, okay? So if they let you come back, it's up to them to determine whether or not you can come back, okay? If you're not able to come back, you can arrange for one civil standby to collect your essential belongings, all right? Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Andre Jordan, please, and then Ronnie Dreyer. All right, Mr. Jordan, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Andre Jordan,
And Mr. Jordan, what's your date of birth?
8/13/75.
All right, and Mr. Jordan, you are here today because the University Lakes Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter. Looks like it involves criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set in the University Lakes Justice Court for May 27th at 1:30 p.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Ronnie Dreyer, please, and then Cheyenne Arenas, please. All right, Ms. Dreyer, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Ronnie Dreyer,
And Ms. Dreyer, what is your date of birth?
May 16th, 2000.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor, shoplifting and concealment, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set in the Goodyear Municipal Court for May 21st at 1 p.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Cheyenne Arenas, please, and then Jeffrey McKeon.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Cheyenne Arenas.
And I apologize for mispronouncing your first name.
It's fine.
Mr. Arenas, what is your date of birth?
07/29/2003.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of reckless driving, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and excessive speed, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those because of the nature of the charges. You are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set on May 27th at 1:30 p.m. in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Make sure you go to your hearing.
Thank you.
Jeffrey McKeon and then Amber McAlee. All right, Mr. McKeon, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jeffrey McKeon,
And Mr. McKeon, what's your date of birth?
6/24/89.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. Involving possession of drug paraphernalia. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you in this matter. A hearing has been set on May 27th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Make sure you go to your hearing.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left.
There you go. Good morning, everyone.
Amber McAlee, please.
Ma'am.
All right. Ms. McAlee, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Amber Marie Makeley.
Okay, sorry, say your last name for me one more time.
Makeley.
Makeley,
Mhm.
okay. All right, and what's your date of birth?
August 13th of 1986.
Okay, and Ms. Makeley, you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. Based upon the information that I have in front of me, which is limited, I did not find probable cause for purposes of this initial appearance hearing only. You are advised that the allegations are not dismissed and that you must attend the scheduled court dates, and I'll give you those dates, and they'll be in the release order because formal charges may nevertheless be filed. You are further advised that a failure to appear at your court dates could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. All right, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 21st at 8:30 and May 23rd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and that information will be in your paperwork.
Can you release me to CBI?
I don't have that authority. What I can do is I can release you today on your own recognizance.
Okay.
And then you need to get, from there you need to get to wherever you need to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, step to left. All right, and then with that, we're to our Knox.
We have one more. We have one more. Raymond, Zerbigny, number 4.
Yes, there was a, I understand. I'm going to take him first.
There's still one left in there. Do you want him to be kicked out and brought back in later, and then we have to take that?
We'll go ahead and take Raymond first, and then
Okay.
we'll do the other two. All right, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Raymond Manuel Durbigny III.
All right, and I'm saying, state your last name for me one more time.
Durbigny.
Durbigny. Okay. All right, and Mr. Durbigny, what is your date of birth?
June 25th, 1988.
All right, and you are here today on 3 matters. So let's go ahead and talk about your new matter first. You were arrested on charges with an offense date of May 4th, 2025, aggravated assault, a felony, assault with a Class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney in your new matter. In your new matter, I am setting hearings on May 12th at 8:30 and May 15th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other pretrial release conditions, including ankle monitoring. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. Whether if you reside with the alleged victim, you're going to need to find a different place to live. You can arrange for one civil standby to collect any essential belongings. Now, you're also on probation and in 2 cases. So let's go ahead and talk about the 2019 case first. All right. In the 2019 case, the Maricopa County Superior Court has issued a warrant for your arrest alleging that there is a probation violation in that case. The new charges in your new charges would also constitute a violation of term 1 of your existing probation, and I'm going to update the order to reflect that. So we're going to need to reprint the probation orders. Hold on just a second. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. In your probation matter, which is CR 2019-0022937, Maricopa County Superior Court did issue a warrant for your arrest on probation violation allegations. The new charges in for which you were arrested yesterday, it looks like, would also constitute a violation of term 1 of that probation. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 13th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your 2019 probation matter in the amount of $25,000. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest. Actually, it's not the Maricopa County Superior Court, sorry. Gila County Superior Court. So it was only the one that we needed to reprint, Julie, sorry about that. Issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing in Gila County, which will be on May 9th at 8:30 a.m. Pursuant to that Gila County arrest warrant, a secured appearance bond is being set in that matter in the amount of $7,500. All right, so you have multiple secured appearance bonds. In the event that you are able to post all of those bonds and secure your release, you're still on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, in addition to complying with your release conditions. So go ahead, step to the left.
And the interpreters are on.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas with the Interpreter's Office.
Good morning, Mr. Interpreter. Okay, we are going to start with Jesus Reyes Delgado and then Fabian Ruiz Ocampo, please. So if we could have Mr. Delgado.
Empezaremos con el señor Jesús Reyes Delgado. Puede pasarle. Y luego seguirá el señor Fabián Ruiz Ocampo.
All right, Mr. Delgado, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Señor Delgado, dígame su nombre y apellidos para que conste en actas.
My name is Jesus Delgado Reyes.
My name is Jesús Delgado Reyes.
Okay, so Mr. Delgado, you have requested the services of an interpreter.
Señor Delgado, ¿usted había solicitado los servicios de un intérprete?
I don't remember.
Do you need an interpreter, sir?
No.
No. All right, Mr. Interpreter, he's telling me he does not need an interpreter at this time. Can you just stand by for the next one?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Delgado, if at any point you change your mind and you want an interpreter, you will let me know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, please state your name for the record.
Jesus Delgado Reyes.
Okay. So is it more correct to say Mr. Delgado or Mr. Reyes?
Just any.
Just what?
Just any of the two.
Okay. So Mr. Delgado, what is your date of birth?
The 3rd, 2000.
Okay, and you are here because you are arrested on charges of sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 2 felony, with an offense date, 3 counts of that, with an offense date of on or about October 1st of 2023. Sexual abuse, a Class 3 felony, also with an offense date of on or about October 1st of 2023, 2 counts of that. Sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 2 felony, with an offense date of on or about August 1st, 2024. And 2 counts of sexual abuse, a Class 3 felony with an offense date of on or about August 1st of 2024. Did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 12th at 8:30, and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your case in the amount of $500,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain other pretrial release conditions, including electronic ankle monitoring, no contact with minors, and no use of the internet except for school, court, and work purposes. No contact with the victim or any alleged complainant or witness. All right?
Okay.
Go ahead, step to left.
He needs to get the English paper, or maybe the Spanish one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently we printed his paperwork in Spanish. We need to give it English.
This is in English, this is in Spanish.
Does he have the blue or yellow sheet? Yes.
Yeah, he's the one that says on there Spanish, so he must have requested it at one time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Interpreter, are you ready now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Fabian Ruiz Ocampo, please.
Ahora el señor Fabián Ruiz Ocampo.
All right. Mr. Ocampo, please state your name for the record.
Señor Ocampo, dígame su nombre y apellidos para que conste en actas.
Fabián Ruiz Ocampo.
Fabián
Mr.
Ruiz Ocampo.
And Mr. Ocampo, what is your date of birth?
Señor Ocampo, dígame la fecha de nacimiento de usted.
El 4 de octubre de 1991.
October 4th, 1991.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday for furnishing obscene materials to a minor, a Class 2 felony.
Bien, señor. Ahora, usted fue arrestado ayer por proporcionar material obsceno a menores, delito de categoría 2.
And aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony.
Y agresión con agravante, delito de categoría 6.
I did find probable cause for both of those violations.
Se determina que hay motivo fundado por ambas acusaciones.
And I am appointing you an attorney.
Y le estoy nombrando a un abogado que lo represente, señor.
I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 12th at 8:30.
Se le van a programar 2 audiencias a usted en el tribunal. El primero de estas es el 12 de mayo, 8:30 de la mañana.
And the second one on May 15th at 8:30.
Y la segunda audiencia el 15 de mayo, 8:30 de la mañana.
Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Ambas audiencias se van a llevar a cabo en el Tribunal Superior, ubicado en el centro de Phoenix.
I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your case in the amount of $100,000.
Se le va a fijar a usted una fianza, señor, pero solo en efectivo, que viene siendo $100,000.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other pretrial release conditions.
En el caso que usted pueda depositar esta fianza, señor, y es puesto en libertad preventiva, usted tendrá que reunir ciertos requisitos de la libertad preventiva.
Including ankle monitoring.
Esto incluye un grillete electrónico.
No contact with the alleged victim or any alleged complainant or witness.
Y también se le prohíbe todo contacto, señor, con supuestas víctimas, querellantes o testigos.
No minor contact.
Se le prohíbe contacto con menores.
No internet use except for school, work, and court purposes.
Y se le prohíbe que use el internet, al menos que sea para la escuela, el trabajo o, pardon the interpreter, repeat that, Your Honor, for the interpreter, school work, and what was the other one?
Court purposes.
O para el tribunal también, perdón.
Right. Go ahead, step to the left.
Señor, pásele aquí a la izquierda.
All right. With that, Mr. Interpreter, there's nobody else in the gallery, so we are done. Thank you for your services.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, we have one house call, Marcos Sanchez. Officer, why is Mr. Sanchez not able to be with us today?
He's in Nashua. They introduced us.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez's date of birth is June 17th, 1998. Mr. Sanchez is here because he has a warrant issued for his arrest for failure to pay from the White Tank Justice Court. Because of the nature of the charges, Mr. Sanchez is not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him today. However, he may, of course, retain an attorney at his own expense to represent him. My intention at this time is to release Mr. Sanchez on his own recognizance, and a hearing has been set in the White Tank Justice Court for May 27th at 9:30 a.m. In the event that that changes, once I talk to Mr. Sanchez, I will update my written order. With that, we're going to stand adjourned for the 8 a.m. calendar, and we will reconvene at 11 a.m.
Order that you can return one time with a law enforcement escort to obtain your necessary belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and they will escort you there to pick up your belongings.
Okay.
Your next court date is going to be June 3rd at 1:30. That's with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing can go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Sure, Fierro.
Mr. Fierro, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of criminal damage and disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you commit no acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be on June 3rd at 1:30 before Judge Millian. That's at Tucson City Court. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Hey, Grimes.
Mr. Grimes, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses, as well as driving under the influence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf today. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your next court date, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I were to order that you were not allowed to have any contact with Christine Neitlinger, would you abide by that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you may not drive if your driver's license has been impacted. So if you don't have a valid driver's license, you may not drive. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may commit no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Christine Neitlinger. Do not go to her residence or workplace. Were you living with her?
No.
Your next court date is going to be June 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you were to fail to appear for that or any other court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Kevin McKay.
Mr. McKinney, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct. That's a domestic violence offense. Also on charges of criminal trespass, another disorderly conduct, and a possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. It looks like you also have a probation hold, so regardless of what I ordered today, you would not be released until that hold was resolved. So I'm going to order on these charges a bond of $150 cash or secured. If your probation hold goes away and you are able to post that bond, your additional conditions of release will be to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, commit no acts of domestic violence, and abide by all previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be May 16th at 1:45 for a video review. And if you post bond and are released, then your next court date will be June 16th at 2 p.m. for a pretrial conference. Either way, it will be with Judge Verena. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes.
I will enter pleas of not guilty on these charges for you today, and you are excused. Good morning. Please state your name.
Margarita.
Mr. Carrizosa, you have a number of matters before the court this morning for initial appearance. You have new charges that are felony charges of shoplifting, and you also have some older charges dating back to 2020 out of Tucson City Court, which include possession of drug paraphernalia, making a false report to law enforcement, theft, and misdemeanor speeding. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. Oh, hold on. In the new felony charge, and in some circumstances, you may have the right to be represented by an attorney. On the misdemeanor charges, you always have the right to hire your own attorney, and under some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed for you. It looks like you also have a drug paraphernalia charge out of Marana before us today. We're going to talk about your conditions of release. You do have counsel seated with you today for the purposes of this hearing, and I don't know if I said it's the Pima County Public Defender appointed to represent you on the felony charges. We'll start there, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $10,000, and if you are able to post that bond, yes. What number is that? It's a probation violation out of them? Okay. All right, so that one I'm not supposed to hear? Okay. All right, so the Marana charge is not actually in front of me this morning. Okay. Back to the felony. So the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $10,000 cash or secured. And
Your Honor, it looks like he's being held by the feds at this time, and he's also got the probation violation warrant out of Miranda Muni Court. But I don't know what the Fed is being held on, what the specifics are, but the state stands by the $10,000 based on the extensive flight risk. And we're looking at, just looking at the, one moment, looking at the interim complaint, the state believes that it's made a reasonable request.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so I see that he is on federal probation or parole, but I don't think that I've been informed, other than from what you just said, that a warrant or a hold has been issued by the federal probation or parole. Let me see.
Let me check one more time, Your Honor. Your Honor, I stand corrected. He may be on federal probation or parole. No current holds as of the time that pretrial updated their system, but the fact is, given all of this, it seemed appropriate to inquire so the court would check if there is indeed a hold.
And I will ask the jail to confirm, just because it's good for everyone to know whether there's a hold. At this point, is the jail showing any hold for Mr. Carrizosa?
Not a federal hold, Your Honor, but Spillman is down right now, so I cannot confirm that he has or has not received one.
Okay, but he is being held on the Marana probation violation.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So it looks like that would remain in place regardless of what I order on the cases that are before me for today's purposes, but I'm guessing it shouldn't take too long to get the Marana case cleared up. Defense, would you like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like these charges are just shoplifting charges, very minimal for a felony, often charged as a misdemeanor. He is a lifelong resident of Tucson. He has a place to live with his grandmother, where he's living at the time. His mother verified this, and she offered to take third-party custody of him to make sure he gets to his court dates. So we're asking that he be released to pretrial services, Your Honor. It's unclear what's happening with the federal case, and also, Marana misdemeanor could be cleared up pretty quick. So we would ask that he be released, and then the courts could figure out who's going to take what first.
Thank you. I don't think I'm going to order his release today in the Tucson misdemeanors because of the extensive failure to appear history, and I am taking that failure to appear history into account here. I'm going to order a $1,500 cash or secured bond. If you post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services, ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess any firearms or weapons while you are on pretrial release. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to Walmart. And your next court date will be May 16th at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then we'll go over to the Tucson City Court charges. And I'm going to order a bond of $250 cash or secured. Possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances. And no contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident locations, and that is for the theft charge there. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be May 16th at 1:45. And I believe that is the same afternoon as your felony court, but the jail will be able to make you available for both if you remain in custody. And if you are released, your Tucson City Court charge won't be until June 9th at 2 o'clock. Either way, that will be before Judge Cranshaw at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused. Oh, I think I gave you all of it instead of just your part. Sorry. Good morning. Please state your name.
Guadalupe Diaz.
Mr. Diaz, this is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like you are here on a warrant out of Maricopa County for a charge of failure to comply with a court order. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And I am going to just affirm the bond that was issued on that warrant of $500. However, I don't believe there's anything holding you here in Pima County. Is that correct, sir?
I don't even know what I'm here. I don't even know what's that warrant. But you're not telling me exactly what the warrant's about.
Sure. It is from April of 2023, failure to comply with a court order. It's a misdemeanor offense. Okay. So I'm also going, that's the information that I've been provided with. That's what I can tell you. So I'm also going to order that if Maricopa does not pick you up within 24 hours, or if they do not make arrangements to pick you up within 24 hours, then your release conditions will be modified to be released on your promise to appear for court. And you will be required to appear on your own on May 21st at 9 a.m. in Maricopa County Superior Court for a case management conference. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
All right.
It's weird. I never heard of bond, but.
And if you were released and then failed to appear for court dates, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You're excused. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Victor Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, this is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like I have a couple of different matters before me this morning. So you have a new felony charge that includes possession of dangerous drug and possession of a narcotic drug. And then we have an older charge out of Tucson City Court for assault. And then it looks like also newer charges out of Tucson City Court for disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence offense, and drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the new felony matter, and you always have the right to hire your own attorney in the misdemeanor matters. In some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed for you. we're going to talk about your conditions of release, and we're going to start with the felony matter. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services. And I have reviewed information from pretrial services. Which tells me a little bit about you, including any information that you were able to provide or references regarding your ties to the community, the assessment scales that pretrial services uses, and their recommendations. It does not indicate that you would be eligible for the STEPS pre-indictment program. Does that look correct to you, Mr. Poston, or do you think he may be eligible on these possession of a dangerous drug and possession of a narcotic drug charges?
Your Honor, I'm not seeing the eligibility. That said, defense counsel can always reach out to Mr. Goodman to see if he would disagree.
So the pre-indictment diversion program is a program that offers connection with community resources such as substance abuse treatment. If you were to be accepted into the program and successfully complete it, then it's possible the state would dismiss the felony drug charges. Are you interested in being screened for that program, sir?
Of course.
All right, so I'll go ahead and set the hearing to determine whether you're eligible. That'll be on May 13th at 9 a.m. If you are released and you fail to appear for that hearing, I'm pretty sure that's the only chance you get to be assessed for that program. So it's very important to show up to that hearing.
Okay.
All right. And then I will set your preliminary hearing. And I am going to order that you are released to pretrial services. So I'll set that. Would you be willing to waive that out to 45 days instead of 20 in order to give time for you to be screened and, if eligible, accepted into the diversion program?
Are you willing to put a pre-hearing see if you can
Sure. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So your preliminary hearing date will be scheduled for June 20th at 1:30. That hearing may not go forward, but it's important to keep in touch with your attorney because if it does go forward and you don't appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then turning to the City of Tucson misdemeanor charges.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if I missed it, but which office did you appoint for that?
Let me double check. It was the public defender.
Thanks.
All right, so on the city court charges, sir, I am also going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. And your next court date is going to be June 4th at 10 a.m. And I'm also going to order that at this time, you may not have any contact with Carmen Garcia or Angel Tercios. Do not go to their residence or workplace. Were you living with either of them?
Yes. I was staying in the back of the shed, but so anyway.
So I'm going to order that you can return to the property one time with a law enforcement escort to obtain your belongings. And it's possible that the court may change that order in the future. At this point in time, we were not able to make contact with those people, so I'm ordering no contact, and that order will remain in effect until another judge changes it, okay?
So I kind of think that now, you know, I don't know, and you think of it after, call the doctors, they'll tell you that you're smoking.
So the additional conditions of release are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, commit no acts of domestic violence. And the court date for that one is June 4th at 10 before Judge Hale. I will enter pleas if not guilty for you on the new charges. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Victor Gutierrez.
Mr. Gutierrez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a dangerous drug for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Legal Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $7,500, and if posted, that you be released to pretrial services. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history, whether you have been able to provide information or references regarding your ties to the community, and the assessments and recommendations made by pretrial services. I've also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor, other than to ask the court to omit or strike the is a known fugitive. That's an error on my part.
Okay, we'll cross that out. Thank you.
Other than that, Your Honor, we're looking at fairly large amounts, and given everything, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if additional charges were forthcoming. Right now, we're looking at use, but the numbers seem to speak otherwise.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking that he be released to pretrial services. He's lived in Tucson for 21 years. He has a residence on West Pilar Street. This was verified with his aunt, and she said that he is welcome to return there, Your Honor.
Thank you. I am going to order a bond of $5,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be May 16th at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so it's important to stay in good touch with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
Here's your time.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Sultan Magnuson.
Mr. Magnuson, this is the time for your initial appearance. I have a couple of different matters here for you. New felony charges of criminal trespass. And then there are charges out of Tucson City Court from the last couple of years of criminal trespass and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the new felony matter, and I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you in that case. In the misdemeanor matters, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release on all of these matters today. And I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances of your arrest on the new felony offense. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know a little bit about you, including any information you were able to provide or references regarding your connections to the community, as well as whether or not you have a relevant criminal history and their assessments and recommendations. I have also referred to the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $2,500. If you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Judge.
You and defense.
Yes, Your Honor, we are asking that he be released to pretrial services. The charges in this case are relatively minor. Class 6 trespass. He has lived in Tucson for 14 years, so he has ties to this area.
Yeah, I have the same.
State would note the 6 out of 6 twice over.
Thank you. I am going to order a bond of $500 cash or secured in the new felony charge. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be May 16th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing after being released, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then on the misdemeanor cases out of Tucson City Court, I am going to order a $50 bond, cash or secured. If you remain in custody, your next court date for that case will also be on May 16th. It'll be at 1:45, and the jail will make you available for both hearings via video. If you are able to post bond and be released, then your Tucson City Court case won't be heard until June 5th. So you will not have to go to that May 16th Tucson City Court case if you are released. Instead, you'll go on June 5th. The additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident locations of those trespass charges. And I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in those cases. If you were to be released and then fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're
But
excused.
you're not receiving. You're not receiving. Say it again. They're not really. They're giving you a $500 bond, but call your attorney. Especially when you set up the whole person thing. She's telling me. Okay.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Susan Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Christian Salter to represent you. You also have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing. We're going to discuss your conditions of release. The state has recommended that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further on that?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
And it looks like you are possibly eligible for a pre-indictment diversion program in this matter. That is a program that connects you with community substance abuse treatment. And if you are to successfully complete the requirements of the diversion program, it's possible the state would not go forward with these charges. Are you interested in that program, ma'am?
Yes.
Great. I will set your case for a hearing to determine if you are eligible for that program. That's going to be on May 13th at 9 a.m. It's important that you show up for court that day. I believe that is your only chance to be accepted into that program. And then I also need to set your preliminary hearing date. Usually that has to happen within 20 days. However, in order to give time for you to be assessed and hopefully accepted into the diversion program, would you be willing to waive that out to 45 days?
Which be a little willing to waive that out, so if we get program.
Yes.
Thank you. So I will set your preliminary hearing for June 20th at 1:30. If you are accepted into the diversion program, that hearing probably will not go forward, but it's important to stay in touch with your attorney because if it did go forward and you failed to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, so the additional conditions of release are that you submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And you are excused for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That has your dates on it, but you're gonna give me a nudge. She has the Christian soldiers. Open up shit, and you are calling. Let's do this. Okay.
Please state your name.
Daniel Ortega?
Mr. Ortega, you're here this morning on charges of burglary in the 3rd degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. We're going to discuss your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $5,000, and if released to pretrial services. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history, and if so, what that looks like. It also lets me know about information or references you were able to provide regarding your connections to the community, and the assessments that are completed by pretrial services, as well as their recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
No, Judge.
Thank you. And defense?
Yeah, we're asking that he be released to pretrial services. He is a lifelong Tucson resident, and he reports that he is working as a server, Your Honor.
Thank you. Great. I'm going to order a bond of $1,500, cash or secured. You'll be released to pretrial services if you post that bond. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be on May 16th. That's at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
So do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
We do speak up. Give a $1,500 bond. So you'd have to pay this to get released from trial. But call your public defender, go to office, and have that notice.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Ron Anthony Tino.
Mr. Pino, you're here this morning on new felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. It's my understanding you also have a probation violation hold. So regardless of what I ordered this morning, you would not be released until that was resolved. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you in this matter. We're going to talk about your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $5,000. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony convictions, and if so, what those look like. It also lets me know information that you were able to provide about your connections to the community, as well as any references and their assessments and their recommendations. And it looks like you may be eligible for STEPS pre-indictment diversion screening. So I'll go ahead and set your case for a hearing on May 13th at 9 a.m. to determine whether you are eligible for the STEPS pre-indictment diversion program. Would the state like to be heard further about its bond recommendation?
No, Judge.
And defense.
Your Honor, we're asking that a minimal bond be set. We don't know what's going to happen with the whole. We would ask for a bond of $50 in this case, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so I will set bond at $500, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you would be, and your other matter was to be resolved, you would be released to pretrial services. You'd be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date will be on May 16th at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing.
Well, Your Honor, you set this for steps on May 13th.
Yes.
Already.
But if I'm holding him, I have to set him on the May 16th preliminary hearing date.
Okay.
All right. I understand that's a tight timeline and may impact the situation, but I think I'm required to do it. All right, so if you were to be released, sir, and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
So.
Please state your name.
Tyler Portis.
You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct and reckless discharge of a firearm. I think that's The type of disorderly conduct, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we're going to discuss your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500. If you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. And I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which gives me a little bit of background about you and your connection to the community, as well as their assessments and their recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
And defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking that he be released to pretrial services. He has lived in Tucson for 10 years. He is a belt technician. His father verified this and also offered his residence and to take third-party custody of him. He has no previous felony history, so he does not seem likely to recommit or abscond. So we are asking he be released to pretrials.
Based on the extremely dangerous nature of the allegations, I am going to order a bond of $1,500. That'll be cash or secured. If you can post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. That'll probably be minimal monitoring. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. I'm ordering that you surrender any weapons that you do possess to local law enforcement, and do not return to the incident location. No contact with the alleged victims, which I believe are the folks who live in that area. And your next court date will be May 16th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so stay in touch with your attorney. If you were to fail to appear for court after being released, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Please state your name.
Benjamin Prado.
Mr. Prado, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of theft of a means of transportation and unlawful flight from law enforcement. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. They're recommending that you be held on a bond of $7,500 and if released to pretrial services. And then I have also, reviewed information from pretrial services. That lets me know whether you have any felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide, as well as your references regarding your ties to the community and the assessments and recommendations from pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And one second. Okay. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking that he be released to pretrial services. He has lived in Tucson for 3 years. He's an HVAC tech. This was verified by his fiance. He can reside with her. She is willing to take third-party custody of him. These are, allegations at this time. They have not been proved, and they are non-violent allegations, Your Honor. So we're asking that he be released.
Thank you.
Stress is fine.
I am going to order a bond of $2,500, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the alleged incident location where the car was taken from. And your next court date will be May 16th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
$10? Is that cash? Cash or security? Either way. Not a 10% right back. Yeah, you can go through a bond agency. That's what security means. So you can go through a bond. All right. Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Morning. Diego Robles.
Mr. Robles, this is the time for your initial appearance on a warrant out of New Mexico for intimidation of a witness. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We are going to discuss the next steps. So that would include setting a fugitive warrant hearing. So that will be set on May 12th at 2:30 at Pima County Superior Court. And then I need to determine your conditions of release. It appears that the state of New Mexico is requesting that you be held without the possibility of a bond. Let's see. And I would just ask the state whether it has any citation regarding whether I have the authority to hold him without bond on that warrant today.
Your Honor, first off, just under full faith and credit, it's a valid warrant from another state, and therefore the state believes that Arizona should pay due deference. Next, we can look at the circumstances of the case. Intimidation of a witness is a very serious charge and implies the perversion of the course of justice, or at least an attempt to do so. And based on that, one moment. Without getting into the details on a broadcasted hearing, did the state receive the criminal complaint supplement from the state of New Mexico?
Yeah, and I'm just looking, from what I've looked at so far, to me it looks like I have to order a bond amount. And so
$75,000.
thank you. And defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking for a low bond amount on this. One of the things it says is that he has never arrested in this matter before. it's not clear to me whether he received any notice of this or whether this, sometimes we do direct indictments. Often the defendant does not even know it happened, and so therefore is not necessarily trying to evade court, but just doesn't know. He does reside in New Mexico. His girlfriend verified, and he could still reside there, and she would take third-party custody. So we would ask for a low bond, not nowhere near 75,000.
Right. I am going to order the $75,000 bond, but I'm also going to set the fugitive warrant hearing. That's for May 12th at 2:30 to determine if you will be extradited. And if you were to post bond and then be released and you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you. So, thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
I'm Nicholas Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on new felony charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass.
I have a question. Where I was, I did not have any drug paraphernalia on me or on my backpack or nothing, but I was at a very used campsite, and I was sleeping when they got me. But I don't have no drug paraphernalia on me at all.
Thank you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office for Pima County to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we are going to discuss your conditions of release. And to prepare for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any relevant criminal history. It also lets me know about your ties to the community and any references you were able to provide, as well as their assessments and recommendations. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $5,000 and if released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Judge.
Thank you. And defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We're asking that he be released to the supervision of pretrial services, Your Honor. This looks like it's a trespass case, so usually class 6, least serious type of felony. His record is relatively clean. He has one prior, but it's way back from 1997. He's lived in Tucson for 30 years. The driver's license they have has him listed in Tucson. So we're asking that he be released to pretrial services.
Great, sir. You described where you were at as a campsite. It's my understanding that this is a Tucson electric substation. You cannot be there. You understand, sir? I'm asking you to respond with any explanation. I'm asking you, do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a way to arrive at court if I were to order that you be released?
Yes.
And can you tell me how you would get to court for your court date?
If I cannot get a ride from someone, I'll get a bus. I'll ride the bus. Okay. I'm very, very familiar with the bus.
All right. Sir, I'm going to give you a chance on pretrial services release. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant is going to issue for your arrest, okay? You'll just end up right back here. So it's very important that you attend your court date. Now, I'm also ordering that you submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. And that means that they will tell you to check in with them a certain amount of time, and you will have to do that. If you don't do that, that will cause problems for you. It also means you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and they may ask you to submit to drug testing. And you may not possess any firearms or weapons, okay?
That's fine.
Your next court date is going to be on May 27th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that that court date will change, so you must stay in touch with your attorney. If you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest, okay, sir?
Do you think I could get like a morning court date? It'd be easier for me to come in the morning.
That's just the time of day that they do this type of hearing. It's always at 1:30. So
Okay.
I'm guessing that your future court dates will be in the morning, like review hearings and status conferences and pretrial conferences, but this one is at the afternoon.
Anything else, Your Honor?
No, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Joshua Scott.
Mr. Scott, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. It looks like we have new felony charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, and kidnapping. And then we also have charges out of Tucson City Court for domestic violence assault and domestic violence disorderly conduct from January. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I will also enter pleas of not guilty for you on the Tucson City Court charges and let you know that you are presumed to be innocent. On the new felony charges, you have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And I will also appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in the city court case. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed in preparation for that the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $50,000 and if released to pretrial services. I have reviewed the Form 4C completed by law enforcement, which is the risk assessment. And I have reviewed information from pretrial services that lets me know whether you have any relevant, know what information you or any references were able to provide regarding your ties to the community. And their assessments and recommendations. Pretrial services was not able to speak with the alleged victim, so no matter what else gets ordered today, I will be ordering that you may not have any contact with the alleged victim. And would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendations?
Your Honor, the state maintains that the facts speak for themselves. This was relatively brutal.
Thank you, and defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We're asking that he be released to pretrial or a much lower bond be set. He's a lifelong resident of Tucson. His mother has offered that he could stay there, and also has offered to take third-party custody of him. So we ask that a lower bond be set or released to pretrial.
And you're
All right, so I am going to order in the felony matter that you are held on a bond of $40,000 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And your next court date will be May 16th at 1:30. That is for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so you'll want to stay in touch with your attorney to make sure you know when you need to be in court. If you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Oh, and I did want to state that the no contact with the victim starts immediately, so you're not allowed to have contact with her from jail either. And then in the city court case, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not have any contact with Ms. Farrell, and you may not return to her residence or the incident location. Were you living together, sir?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
In both cases, I will order that you can return one time with a police escort to pick up your belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and you will have the opportunity to obtain your belongings with a police escort. For the city court cases, your next court date will be May 14th at 1:30. And if you remain in custody, that'll be a video review hearing. If you are released, it will be your responsibility to appear for that hearing. It will be for an arraignment. And if you fail to appear for your city court cases, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Corey Tomlin.
Mr. Tomlin, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of shoplifting. These are felony charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we are going to discuss your conditions of release. And I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $1,000. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know about your connections to the community and your references. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Judge.
And defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking that he be released to pretrial services. It looks like these are relatively minor charges of shoplifting. I don't see any felony previous history. He has ties to Tucson, lived here for 16 years. reports that he does aerospace assembly. This was verified. His wife verified his residence and also offered third-party custody, getting to court, making sure he gets to court and all that. So with such a limited history, the limited nature of the charges and his ties to the community, pretrial services seems appropriate.
Sir, I am going to release you to the custody of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims. You can't go back to Walmart. Your next court date is going to be May 27th. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change. Stay in touch with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank
Please state your name.
Rebecca Tucker.
Ms. Tucker, you are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of shoplifting. Those are felony charges. And we also have older shoplifting charges that are misdemeanors out of Pima County Justice Court that were in warrant status. On both matters, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the new felony matters, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed for you in the misdemeanor. I am going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you in the felony. We're going to discuss your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $1,500 and released to pretrial services if you are able to post that bond. I have also reviewed the interim complaint and information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony convictions. And it also lets me know about your ties to the community and any references you were able to provide. Their assessments and recommendations.
Yeah. Yeah, but they just
Would the state like to be heard any further about its recommendation
No, Your Honor.
and defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking that she be released to pretrial services. Again, these are relatively minor charges for a felony, shoplifting. She's lived for 37 years in Tucson. She lives with her family. She reports she is a full-time driver. Her father, where she was living, says that yes, she can still live there, and that he would take third-party custody, make sure that she gets to court dates and stuff. She does have a little record, but it's all back from 2016, so nothing, no recent felonies there.
Thank you. Ma'am, a warrant was issued for your failure to appear in your city court case, or sorry, your misdemeanor justice court case.
I've been talking to them about that. I've been in contact with them about that.
Okay. How would you make sure that you appear at your court dates if I ordered that you were released to pretrial services?
I'll make sure to have my dad take me. He's already agreed to it. If not, I would take the bus. I'm pretty familiar with the bus as well.
Great. So I am going to give you a chance on pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. You cannot return to Walmart. Your next court date for the felony charge is going to be May 27th. That's at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, if it goes forward, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And on the misdemeanor charge, your next court date is going to be the 16th, May 16th at 8:30. That is with Judge Garza for an arraignment. The additional orders are that you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim or return to that incident location. And if you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Carlos Thomas Velasco Jr.
Mr. Velasco, this is the time set for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale and I'm not sure if these are two separate charges. I think it's just the one. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which tells me a little bit about you. I have also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. And I have reviewed the state's recommendations. The state is recommending that I hold you on a bond of $5,000. That would, and if you were able to post that bond, that you would be released to the custody of pretrial services. And they have pointed out that they do have the right to request that you be held without bond and set for a no bond hearing in a week, because these allegations came up while you were on pretrial release for another felony, which I do see listed here. Would the state like to be heard any further regarding its recommendation?
No, Your Honor.
And defense.
State's.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We're asking that a low bond be set in this.
I can release for trial possession.
And he's hoping to be released to pre-trial. He's been a lifelong resident of Tucson. His ID list Tucson. And he's reporting that he just started college too. So we would ask be released to pre-trial or a minimal bond be set.
I'm going to order the bond of $5,000, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be on May 16th. That's at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse. Good morning. Please state your name.
Michael Waters.
Mr. Waters, you're here this morning on a few different matters. You have charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, possession of a dangerous drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, and trafficking in stolen property, which is alleged to have occurred last year. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the circumstances surrounding your arrest and the interim complaint. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $35,000 on each charge consecutively, and if released to pretrial services. And then, let's see. I have reviewed pretrial services information that lets me know whether you have any felony convictions, and if so, what those look like. It also lets me know what information or references you were able to provide regarding your connections to the community and their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
Your Honor, on the first one, we're looking at upwards of, let me get the number, upwards of $23,000 in fraud. It looks fairly via the stolen property, and it's a fairly sophisticated scheme. And we're looking at somebody who is defrauding quite a few parties by doing so. And on the next case, we're looking at search incident to arrest. Looks like it's a garden variety traffic stop. However, vehicle was stolen and strike that. I'm sorry, not there. We have prohibited possessor, narcotics, weapons, dangerous drugs. Honestly, Your Honor, upon further review, the state would be content with 35 on the first one and 1,000 on the second. And it's always the court's discretion to run it consecutive or concurrent if the cases are in the same posture.
So you cut out briefly just on the number. What was the number for the second?
The first one, the state's sticking by, it's 35,000. This is a very sophisticated fraud scheme he seemed to have been running. On the second one, we're looking at prohibited possessor, which honestly the state's seen a lot of lately, as well as the use of a weapon during a drug offense. So the state would modify its recommendation ladder from 35 consecutive to 10,000 consecutive. Either way, this person has a very extensive history and is a danger to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking that he be released to pretrial services. He's a lifelong resident of Tucson, worked as a landscaper. His brother was contacted and says that he can live there. Mr. Waters does have transportation. He can get to court and everything. So we're asking he be released to the supervision of pretrial service.
Your Honor, if I may, I'll submit to any drug testing, anything that needs to be happened. I just need a chance to prove to the courts that I am able to go out, do what I need to do, and still make the court do what I have to do on time. And I need this chance. And I promise I'll do anything that I have to do to abide by all the rules, and I'll show up on time. And I am not a danger to the community. Please, Your Honor, just give me this chance.
Thank you. I'm going to order a bond concurrent in both cases of $25,000. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. If you do have any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. Your next court date is going to be May 16th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that hearing will not go forward, so it's important to stay in touch with your attorney because if it does go forward and you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Yes.
That's all I have. Does anyone have anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
It sounds like I held too many people.
You have already had a lawyer appointed for you.
Ya tiene un abogado que lo representa.
Your next court date is going to be a status conference May 12th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia será el 12 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 15th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar está fijada el 15 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions.
Tiene una fianza de $500 para asegurar su comparecencia y también hay otras condiciones que deberá cumplir si es que queda en libertad.
All of your orders are in writing. If you'll step to your left, the officer will hand you your paperwork. Thank you.
Todas sus órdenes las recibirá por escrito. Pase a la izquierda.
Thank you. All right, and if you could go ahead and make a general call, you might as well before I let you go.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más que necesite intérprete en español? Si es así, levanten la mano. Any hands?
Okay. Looks like we're good. I think our DO speaks Spanish too. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. What happened to that guy? All right, so then we have Patrick Shern. Go ahead and come to the podium, Mr. Shern. After that, David Tyler. Will you go to the chair? You'll be next. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Patrick Shern, 10/29/58.
All right, thanks. You're here on two things. One is a new case and one is a probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, using an electronic communications device to facilitate a drug transaction as a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for all of those. You were also booked on one allegation of possession of dangerous drugs, but for purposes of this hearing only, the court did not find probable cause on the dangerous drug allegation because the police didn't provide enough information to support it. It doesn't mean that dangerous drug allegation is dismissed, it just means I'm not setting release conditions for it. You can talk to your lawyer more about how that works, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case. I'm also appointing a lawyer for you in your probation case. You're on probation for a Class 3 felony, and there will be a petition to revoke filed in that case between now and your next court date. Get a copy from your lawyer, and again, you're going to have a lawyer for both cases. Your next court date in the new case is going to be May 12th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is 6 days from now.
Your preliminary hearing, May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. In between those, on May 13th, you're going to go to probation violation court for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. That's May 13th at 8:30 in the morning. All of this will be on your paperwork. In the probation case, the court finds that in all reasonable probability, you are going to be revoked to prison, so you do not have bail in your probation case today. In the new case, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond and written release conditions, but you shouldn't try to post that bond if you're still being held in your probation case. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left. Thank you. Mr. Tyler? And then Miguel Chavez, will you please go to the chair? Right here, sir. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
David Tyler, 92761.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. You're here on a warrant from the Navajo County Superior Court. It is a probation violation warrant. You're on probation there for a Class 2 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed August 27th of 2020. I'm going to let them know they should appoint a lawyer for you when you get to Navajo County. Your court date there is scheduled for May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That is a week from tomorrow, May 14th at 8:30. And in this case, I'm affirming the bail set by Navajo County Superior Court, and that is $50,000. It is secured. I forgot, he's on probation. I need to click some other release conditions for Mr. Tyler. We do need to reprint Tyler, please. All right, if you post that bail, Mr. Tyler, be sure to comply with your release conditions. One of those is that you have to call the Navajo County Probation Department within 72 hours of release if you post the bail. If you don't post the bail, the Navajo County Sheriffs are going to arrange for your transport from here. We just need to reprint your paperwork, but again, your court date is a week from tomorrow. Your bond is $50,000. If you step out to your left, we're going to send out your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Chavez? And then David Gandaria, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Miguel Chavez. 11-15-88.
All right, thank you. You're here on one new case and one probation warrant. In the new case, you were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs while impaired to the slightest degree, obstruction of justice by the refusal to provide a true name, and driving on a suspended license. Those are all misdemeanors, and there is probable cause for them. And I am appointing a lawyer for you in that case and in your probation case. You were in warrant status on your Class 4 felony probation case. The warrant was issued March 27th of 2025 after a petition to revoke your probation was filed. That petition alleges that you violated terms 1, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 12. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. All right, your next court date in the Justice Court case is going to be May 9th, 3 days from now at 8:30 in the morning in the Desert Ridge Justice Court, and that address will be on your paperwork.
Is that the misdemeanor? I'm sorry.
Correct. The court date in the probation case is May 13th. 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. In the probation case,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What are you sorry about?
What you say? Possibly what?
It's called a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. It
Which means
if there's a deal made, you could go to disposition that day. That's the only way that you could possibly go to disposition. But the probation court wants us to always set for possible disposition hearing so that the parties have the option of making a deal and going straight to disposition the same day. Talk to your lawyer about it. It doesn't mean you have to ever make a deal. You have the right to have a bench trial on the probation allegations. So talk to your lawyer about all of that.
I'm sorry, can I ask you disposition? Can you explain that to me? What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Disposition? The word that you just said?
Disposition is sentencing. In probation court, it's called disposition, but it means getting sentenced. So if you make a deal with the state to admit to violating your probation, if you cut a deal, the probation court could go straight to sentencing that day if the parties agree. But if it's not set for that, the court doesn't even have the option of going straight to sentencing. It's just so that it keeps the option on the table. So talk to your lawyer again about how that works. In your probation case, your bond is $2,500 secured. In the new misdemeanor case, it is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. That is $3,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours, the number is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that. Thank you. Mr. Gandaria, and then John Dunn, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
David Michael Gandaria, November 2nd, 1981.
Thank you. You're here on a warrant in a pending case. You've been charged with possessing dangerous drugs. It's a Class 4 felony. And let's see, there was a status conference April 14th of 2025. You were not there, and a warrant was issued for your arrest. Your next court date is going to be a status conference. It will be this Monday, May 12th at 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing will be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning. All of that is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond in your case. It is $1,000 secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written
Okay,
conditions.
real quick though, I'm out by that. I would say I was in the hospital. When I was in the hospital, they barely let me out yesterday, and when they let me out yesterday, I got picked up and came in. So I was in the hospital. I Phoenix Memorial Hospital at the Hayden place or whatever. I got picked up by the fire department, and they took me in. This is before the court case had happened.
If you can establish that with the court, they may exonerate your bond, but you have too many failures to appear and convictions for this court to take a chance on you or take your word for it. If you can prove that you were in the hospital, have your lawyer help you prove that, and the trial court may make.
No, I was in the hospital. I was in the hospital.
All right, you're going to have to you're going to have to prove it at your next court date.
So what am I going to do now? What I have to do now?
You have a $1,000 bond. You have to post it. Even if you post it, if you prove you were in the hospital, the court will give it back to you. If you don't post it, you can again try to prove that you're in the hospital, and the court may change the decision.
So I have to post bond before I leave here.
Correct.
Okay, so I have to get $1,000 to you.
That is correct.
Okay.
Not to me personally, to the sheriff. So if you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork.
All right.
Then Mr. Dunn, and then Robert Ortega, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
John Amendone, 8/28/73.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant from the Superior Court, and you've been charged in this case with narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Looks like you failed to appear at a status conference August 4th of 2023, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. You've already had a lawyer appointed. Your court dates will be a status conference May 12th at 8:30 in the morning, which is this Monday, and a preliminary hearing will be May 15th at 8:30. That information will be on your paperwork. Your bond is $1,000. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and do not miss your court date. If you step to your left, I've got your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Ortega? And then Eric Saiz, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Robert Joseph Ortega, 10682.
Thank you. You're hearing a warrant from South Mountain Justice Court where you have a pending case that is for interfering with judicial proceedings, also known as disobeying the order or mandate of a court, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. This one issued January 28th of 2025. And your arraignment hearing in South Mountain Justice Court will be May 9th, which is 3 days from now, 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is $500 secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and do not miss your court dates. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paper. Mr. Saiz. Then Ashley James, will you go to the chair? Yes, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Eric Saiz, 12/1982.
What's your birthday?
August 12th, 1982.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony. There was a petition to revoke your probation filed on April 18th of this year. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your court date there is going to be this coming Tuesday, 1 week from today, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. And you have a $500 secured appearance bond with written conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those, call your PO within 72 hours. She's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Ms. James, and then Andrew Baca. We go to the chair, please. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Good morning. And Ashley Elizabeth James.
What's your date of birth?
3/3/2001.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on April 23rd. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court 1 week from today, which is May 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond is $250 secured with written conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those. Call your PO within 72 hours. The number is on your paperwork. She's got a copy of that for you.
Okay, just letting you know too, when I did get arrested, I did do self-surrender because of the warrant that I had and everything, so I definitely did self-surrender.
They don't note that. They typically do when they book you. Let me look.
Okay, well, I'll talk about it with my attorney then. Because that's
No,
what
I don't see any sign of that in the note.
But that's what I said to the officers and everything too, like on camera, saying that I'm practically self-surrendering because I actually knew that I had a warrant for my arrest.
You're practically self-surrendering.
Yes.
Okay, that's not the same as calling up and saying, how do I self-surrender, and you show up at the jail.
No, I called in, I told them that at the moment I just needed some help, so I knew I had a warrant too, so I took the chance to be able to get arrested and then take care of my warrant.
All right. Do talk to your lawyer about that.
I will.
If that's what happened, then it's unfortunate the police didn't include it. Okay. But without any indication of that and, failing to contact within 72 hours of absolute discharge, et cetera, I'm not prepared to take a chance on you for that. Apologies if that is what happened.
It's totally fine.
But in any event, if you either post a bond or you'll have 3 hots and a cot between now and your next court date.
Right.
All right. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Mr. Baca? And then Nicholas Wright. Will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Andrew Baca, May 3rd, 1983.
All right, thanks. You're here on 2 probation warrants. You're on probation in 2 different felony cases. There were petitions to revoke your probation filed on June 10th of 2024. Those petitions allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in both cases. Your next court date is the same for both cases. It is 1 week from today, which is May 13th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in each case is $250 secure for $500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. You step to your left to get that paperwork. Thank you.
So, I'm staying right?
Unless you post 500, that's correct. Mr. Wright, and then Trevor Radford, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yeah, Nicholas Wright, 03/14/2002.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant from Arrowhead Justice Court. You've been charged there with reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and criminal speeding, a Class 3 misdemeanor. This warrant was issued December 4th of 2024 after you failed to appear at a pretrial hearing. Your next court date in the Arrowhead Justice Court will be an arraignment hearing May 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
You said Arrowhead Justice?
Correct. What did you think you were here for?
Actually, I had no idea.
Okay.
So
have you already had a lawyer appointed in that case? I think you have not. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I had fired my attorney, and they had never contacted me back. So that's what I guess they had issued out a failure to appear or something.
All right. So you're going to have to post a $250 secured appearance bond, and you'll have written release conditions as well. If you post that bond, do not miss your court dates. Do not assume that no news is good news. You need to keep in contact with that court. Keep your address updated so that you're aware of the court hearings. All right. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Radford, and then Victoria Stringham, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Trevor Radford, 10/5/1987.
Thank you. You're here on a child support warrant from the family court. Back on August 9th of 2023, there was a warrant issued for your arrest. So I'm going to give you a court date in the family court of May 13th at 10 in the morning. That is your next court date in family court. You must go to that whether you pay the cash purge or not. You have a cash purge in this case, not a bond. It's similar, but not identical. You have to pay it in order to get out, but unlike a bond, you never get it back. The court keeps it in a child support case and puts it towards your outstanding debt. And the amount set by the court in your case was $2,043. So again, even if you pay it, you have to go on May 13th because these cash purge amounts are always a fraction of what the person actually owes. So they will absolutely issue another warrant for you if you pay the cash purge, but then you don't go on May 13th.
Okay.
If you don't pay, the sheriff will take you over on the 13th to see the family court judge, who will determine what happens from there.
Okay. And so when I was here last time for my child support warrant, they quashed it. And when I went to the courts,
then you weren't in the jail. We do not quash warrants from the jail. You must have gone to a child support hearing.
I did. I mean, I was in custody, but then I went to the hearing.
Okay.
They quashed it.
Okay, let me look.
When I got out the next day to go pay it, it wasn't in the system. But I still tried to go and pay it.
I mean the warrant or the purge amount? Hold on. I can only see so much in these, but give me a second. And this was, hold on, I'm going to look at your warrant. This one that I have you on is August 9. So what I see in the docket is you had a June 2023 warrant. It got quashed by arrest. Then there was a July 2023, July 5. It was quashed by arrest and appearance on July 6. And then on the 14th, a hearing was set. Let me see how they did that. On the 14th, sorry, this actually occurred July 5. It just didn't get filed till the 14th. So it says everybody appeared via Court Connect. You were there. State provided a summary of the case. A warrant was issued April 26th with a purge amount of $1,500 after father failed to appear. He was subsequently arrested. Let's see. Father said he doesn't have access to his money. Discussion is held. Regarding releasing father from incarceration, ordering him to pay $600 by July 7th at 3 p.m. Everybody agrees dad is released and ordered to pay $600 by July 7th. So then, notice to court on July 17, Department of Economic Security filed a notice that says you did not pay, and a warrant was issued for your arrest on August 9th. So that's what I know about your case, which tells me this is a valid warrant. And so,
that's what I'm saying. When they quashed it, I got out of jail.
You had to pay $600?
I had to pay the $600, so I went to the courts to pay the $600. When I went to the court, they said there was no
Sir, you need to raise that one with the family court because this was 2 full years ago.
I know.
So I don't, honestly, sir, I don't believe that may have been an excuse that might have gotten traction in 2023. In 2025,
yes, ma'am. I'm just making it aware.
So you can talk to the family court about whether that's a valid excuse, but quite frankly, don't expect much. 2 full years. It does not magically vanish. So the idea that there's nothing you could have done and this is not remotely your fault does not have any traction here.
I'm not saying that. I just want.
So in any event, if you pay it, go to court. If you don't pay it, you'll be able to talk to the judge. It'll probably be by Court Connect again. I have no idea. And you can figure out a plan this time around. Everything is on your paperwork, though. If you do pay the cash purge, just don't miss your court date. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy of that. Ms. Stringham? And the Jeremy Briggs, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Victoria Stringham, 52472.
All right, thank you. You have been arrested for aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. It is alleged 2 different ways. One is while your license is suspended, revoked, or canceled for a DUI. The other is a 3rd or subsequent DUI in the same 7, might be 8 years now, but it's a minimum 7-year period. The court does find probable cause on both of those as Class 4 felonies. Also, possession of an open container of alcohol in a vehicle, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference May 21st, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 23rd at 8:30 in the same court. And in this case, I'm going to release you to pretrial services with orders to alcohol test. You do not have any felony priors for this.
Thank you.
What I see in the Form 4, though, which is the police narrative, is some unequivocal evidence that you have an alcohol problem. And people who repetitively commit this offense and do not learn from their prior convictions always go on to hurt or kill somebody else before they stop. You don't have the legal right to drive. You do not have it. You may not have. Why you are behind the wheel of a car, don't even say that you were, because that's an admission that could be used against you. I'm already releasing you, but I want you to know and to go home and look up the mandatory minimum sentence that you face. It is 4 months in the Perryville State Women's Prison, followed by probation, if you are convicted as currently charged. That is a long way from happening. Part of the reason I'm releasing you is I believe that the formal charging in your case may well wait until they have blood results, that they may likely wait. And so holding you on a bond only for the case to go away in a few days because they're waiting for the blood labs to formally charge you doesn't serve anyone's purposes. So, but I want you to know, if you are convicted, if you are presumed innocent, but if you are convicted, you will do no less than 4 months in an orange jumpsuit at the Perryville State Women's Prison, and then you will come out on probation. Arizona has some of the harshest DUI laws in the entire country, which seems odd given that we're Arizona, but we do. Literally, please Google it. Go home, Google the statute. I gave you a lawyer, talk to your lawyer. If you were to commit this offense while this case is pending, you would be likely held without bond in the new case, and the county attorney, to the best of my current understanding, is going to start their offer at 2.5 years in prison, because if you lose on both cases, you will do 4.5 years in prison, and that's without hurting anyone. If you hurt someone, it is a very, very different discussion. So I did get a note from pretrial, and what in the Form 4, the cops talk about taking your service dog home. Your dog is home alone. Yes. Guess what would happen if you had a felony prior? I would hold you, and I would tell you to immediately call animal control and give them permission to break down your door. I don't want anything to happen to your service dog either, but that is not a get-out-of-jail-free card, particularly when somebody is here on an offense that is unequivocally dangerous. Of every person on my calendar today, you are very likely the most dangerous. I didn't have any aggravated assaults. I didn't have any robberies. The person most likely to kill someone on today's calendar, ma'am, it's you. I understand, Your Honor. So you will alcohol test for us. Okay. You come to all of your court dates. I put it 2 places in your, actually, I want to reprint hers because I want to uncheck the one that says don't drive without a valid license. I prohibit you from driving. I don't care if you get your license back tomorrow. That's very unlikely because it was canceled. You may not drive. I don't care if you own 5 cars. You may not drive. You don't have the legal right, and there is ample reason to believe that you're dangerous when you do it. Just because you don't think you are, statistics say you're wrong. So everything is on your paperwork. If you don't want to have to suddenly abandon your dog, then you don't violate release conditions. You don't miss your court date. And remember, right now, as it currently stands, you're going to have to find a place to house that dog for 120 days if you get convicted. So start making a plan for if that happens. Again, you are presumed innocent, but you have what appears to be a bad problem, evidentiarily speaking. When those blood results come back, we both have a very good idea of what they'll say, given the number of alcohol bottles police allege were in your car. So start making a plan. Don't miss your court dates. Don't make this far, far worse. All right, if you step to your left, you get out of here in a few hours. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank
Mr.
you very
Briggs, and then Donald Totten, will you go to the chair?
Totten, you go to the chair. Who's the next one?
I need Briggs and then Totten to the chair, please.
Briggs.
Or I don't care if Totten. All right, how about? Okay, here comes. All right, yeah, that's fine. Okay, thanks. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please? What's your name, sir?
Jeremy Briggs,
Thanks. And what's your date of birth?
8/25/75.
All right, thanks. You got arrested for dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. Sorry, just did something funny. Okay. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 21 at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing, May 23rd. The court address is on your paperwork. That's also 8:30 in the morning. And you qualify for release to pretrial services. I know that you have priors, but this is a drug charge. I'm willing to let you prove whether you will or won't come to court. It looks like your last conviction, you did go to DOC, but that was theft of means. This is drugs. So people in your situation are getting probation offers. Doesn't mean you will. That's up to the county attorney. But I'm trying to tell you, if you dodge court, you're going to get a bond. And with your priors, it's not going to be a small bond. So if you want to defend your case while you're out of custody, you need to show up. Okay, we're going to give you an envelope to call into pretrial after you get out. Don't lose the envelope, because then you won't know what to do. After you get out, you call pretrial. You just report in when and how they tell you. Everything's on your paperwork. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you step to your left, you get that paperwork. Mr. Totten? And Ty Warner, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
My full name is Donald Stephen Totten. My date of birth is 6/12/1972.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for two things. The court found probable cause for one of them and not the other. The one is resisting arrest as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for that. There was also probable cause for resisting with force, but they didn't book you for that, so I find probable cause on that misdemeanor as alleged. They also booked you in, not done yet, for drug paraphernalia possession as a Class 6 felony. I did not, for purposes of this hearing only, find probable cause on that because the police didn't provide enough information to support it. It does not mean that is gone. It just means I'm not setting release conditions for it. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your lawyer can go over all of that with you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 21st at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, May 23rd at 8:30. All of that is on your paperwork. That's 2 weeks from now. And I am planning to release you to pretrial services. That just means you have to check in after you get released. Did you want to try to talk me out of that?
Well, I would like to, what I was going to say, first off, it said right here, when I know I got charged with, over there at the civil court, or municipal court, it says that they dismissed, right here, it says, in accordance to blah, 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 the state moves to dismiss without prejudice the following charges.
So I have no idea what that's for. That doesn't appear to be this case. This is from yesterday. The state is not going to file a written motion on something that happened literally yesterday.
I'm sorry.
So I'm talking about a different case. I don't know what you're talking about. This is your arrest yesterday at approximately 7:30 p.m. So it is almost functionally impossible for the state to have filed a motion to dismiss this. And I'm not going to bore you with why it is. And so this is something else. Do you understand? You're in front of me.
I understand.
Not for that. I don't know what that is.
All right.
You have to come to the court dates I just gave you. Will you do that? The 21st and the 23rd. Will you come?
Yes, I will.
Downtown, it's on your paperwork. All right. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. When you get out, keep the envelope we give you. In the envelope is an instruction sheet about how to call pretrial after you get out. Just do that and show up for court. That's all you have to do in this case, okay?
Okay, so I get a letter from them over there?
It's in an envelope. It's just an information sheet. Show them the envelope, will you? See, we just give you an envelope. It's just got an instruction sheet.
And so I get out today. I get out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That'll
Don't
work.
fail to call.
Oh, no, I'm not going to fail to call, no.
Everything's in there. Everything's in the envelope.
Okay.
Just don't lose that stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Warner? Which one? Oh, thank you. Let me look at it. Okay. All right. Hold on, Mr. Warner, just 1 second. Just stay right. You can just stay right there. Okay, thank you. All right, sir, I need your full name and your date of birth, please.
Ty Warner, 11/12/1984.
All right, thank you. You got arrested on the following allegations. Owning and operating a shop. It's a Class 2 felony. Owning or operating, basically. Then illegally conducting a business enterprise, that's a Class 3 felony. They booked you on 5 counts each of the next 2 things, but they only provided support for 4 counts each, and that is trafficking in stolen property as Class 3 felonies and theft of means of transportation as Class 3 felonies. So the court finds probable cause on 4 counts of trafficking, 4 counts of theft of means, not for purposes of this hearing on the 5th count of each of those, because they would need to have talked about 5 cars. They only talked about 4 in the probable cause statement. That does not mean you cannot ultimately be charged with a 5th vehicle or more. They just haven't done that at this booking. So there's probable cause for everything else. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you do not financially qualify. You have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense, and certainly the court recommends anybody charged with any felony, particularly this many, consider retaining the services of a lawyer. You also have the right to represent yourself. Your status conference will be May 21 at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 23rd at 8:30 in the same court. Now, considering that you do not have felony priors, you do appear to have ties to the community and a reason to show up. I do see Minnesota DUI 2005. That's about it. Anyway, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. It does not mean that the court doesn't believe there's ample probable cause. What it means is that for pre-trial purposes, I believe you are likely to show up for trial and that you are not likely to commit new crimes while the case is pending. Now, I did read a victim impact statement, and it sounds like at least one of the victims, the alleged victims in this case, was really very seriously impacted by this crime. And that's certainly the risk that people committing crimes take. It might be, quote, just a property crime, but it could be financially devastating to the person who's the victim of that crime. So these are not victimless crimes because, quote, people have insurance, that sometimes it's quite disproportionate. And that being said, and it's not that I'm unsympathetic to that victim's situation, because I am sympathetic, but on the pre-trial scale, you are innocent until proven guilty, and the court must consider the likelihood that you're going to commit crimes while the case is pending and that you're going to appear for court. And I believe that you are very likely to show up, and it is my hope that you are smart enough not to commit any crimes while the case is pending. If you did, and there was probable cause for a new felony, you would not get bail at this hearing. If you come in on another charge, say it's theft of means of transportation, while this case is going on, if there's probable cause, you will not leave this building, at least not before a bail hearing a full week later, and probably not even then. So, tremendous stakes. That being said, right now, as currently charged, or I should say alleged, you're not charged yet. Charging is formal, and it is the county attorney who decides that. They're going to decide it pretty soon now. What is alleged is likely probation eligible. So I've also considered that in terms of will you flee or will you face it? So I believe that you will. That being said, Mr. Warner, they do appear to have a fairly strong weight of evidence against you. So that's what I like to say is a bad problem. Don't take a bad problem and make it truly life-changing by violating release conditions, by failing to appear. So everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. Don't miss your court dates, okay? All right, no contact with any alleged victims.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Rugg and Angelo Albira, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yeah, Reset Rugg, 2nd, 3374.
Thank you. Here on a new case, you were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs while impaired to the slightest degree. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor, reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and possession of an open container of alcohol or several in a vehicle, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you don't financially qualify. You have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. Your next court date is in the North Mesa Justice Court, May 22nd, which is about 2 weeks from now, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, West Mesa, I do need new glasses, North Mesa Justice Court. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. And I will tell you, it's likely, I think the police are going to wait for blood results in yours as well. Does not mean that it magically disappeared does not mean that if you take a suspension out of this, which seems very likely, that the county attorney won't charge you with Class 4 aggravated DUI, even if this case has never been filed. If you come in on a DUI, if you get suspended over this, if you come in on a DUI, they're going to charge you with the Class 4, which is 120 days in prison. Did you hear me tell the aggravated DUI lady that? That's you if you commit a DUI while your license has been suspended. So I see in your paperwork, as will anyone at the county attorney's office, you've had two, well, one was straight up driving while intoxicated, 1992, Louisiana. Utah, 2014, unlawful bringing onto premises for consumption and reckless driving, which reads to everybody with a brain as you got to plead down from a DUI to that. What that tells this court is alcohol problem, 1992, 2014, 2025. It could also mean low intelligence. Most likely it means alcoholism, and that it's an alcohol problem and or failing to take the whole situation seriously. So, Mr. Rugg, as I noted to her, Arizona has among the harshest DUI laws in the nation, which I'm fully in favor of, given what we witness in this court in terms of what people do with their cars to other people who are basically little sacks of meat. And when physics happens to sacks of meat explode and die. So, fully in favor of these laws. I don't know what your BAC might come back as. Might come back 000. I don't know. You're presumed innocent. But if you have an alcohol problem and you drive, you're going to do time in Arizona. You will. The county attorney's office is highly unlikely to plead you down with that 1992 and that 2014. They're not going to plead you to reckless driving at this point in time. That's up to them. I'm just speculating. I'm just trying to get you to take it seriously because I'm planning to release you. I could give you a bond or I can release you. I cannot make you alcohol test on a misdemeanor. We don't have the funding for that. So I get to release you or to give you a bond. And on these facts, I'm going to err on the side of releasing you and hoping that you grow a clue and you stay crime-free while the case is pending, and that you don't drink and get behind the wheel of a car ever. You think that you won't end other people's lives, then you are one of the problems. You're one of the reasons we have such harsh DUI law. So I'm releasing you. Don't miss your court dates. Don't violate your release conditions. I prohibited you from drinking. That means you can't sit at home with a beer and watch a football game. You will be in violation of these conditions. What's your question?
So no alcohol at all?
Yes, you correctly understood me. Do not drink. Okay. Don't. Okay. Just don't. And then if you can't stop, then have a strict talk with yourself about, is that judge right? Am I actually dependent on alcohol? Because if I was a betting person, I would say, yeah, you are. And the thought of going a month without a beer is probably a little scary for you. But I don't know that for a fact, and I am releasing you. I'm just hoping that that you understand that if you actually think that, you know, that sounds awful, how could I do that? And that's your constitutional right to drink a beer on the couch while you watch football, you have a problem. Mm-hmm. What was your other question?
You mentioned the suspended license. Am I currently suspended?
I don't know that, but I will tell you, you need to deal with MVD. So what people should be doing is check the MVD website. They will update it. Make sure that your driver's license is current, because if MVD mails a suspension to your current license on file with them and you didn't update it, that suspension is 100% valid whether you ever received it or not, because license suspension is civil. All they got to do is mail it to your address of record and it is valid. So they can so make sure your address is current with MVD so that if they take action against your license, you get it in the mail. Number two, you can literally call them and say, here it is. So it looks like you refused SFSTs. Did they do a warrant? Did they take your blood?
They did.
Okay. Did you consent to them taking your blood, or did you? I mean, you can look up on MVD, because if you refused and they had to get a warrant, you may be administratively suspended for a year.
I didn't refuse. I pled the fifth.
Well, okay. So, but it's so, and you can do that. But there's a thing where if you refuse the breath test, there's an administrative 1-year suspension. So it doesn't matter. That's all civil. That's not. considered incriminating. Gotta talk to your lawyer. I don't want to get into a bunch of detail on DUI law, but you should hire a lawyer. You indeed, if they said, there's a whole way they have to do it in order for it to be proper, but they have to present you with the information and tell you, you have to take the breath test or you'll lose your license for a year. If you still say, no, I won't, you may indeed face an administrative suspension for 1 year. That can take time to kick into place, so I certainly recommend you call the MVD if you have questions. Get on the MVD website and read about it. I feel sure they're going to have a lot of info, but it's up to you to know whether your license has been suspended. In terms of my release orders, that if you say, well, I didn't know my license was suspended, that's not going to be a legal defense. So keep abreast of that if you're worried that an administrative suspension is coming, and it may well be. But I don't know all the facts of your case. You can look that up for yourself, consult with a lawyer, and there's a lot of lawyers that specialize in this, and they can tell you with great specificity. All right, if you step to your left, you'll be all done. Mr. Albira, Angelo Albira. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Angelo T. Albira, Judge.
What's your date of birth?
7/24/85.
All right, thanks. You're in a new case. You got arrested on a warrant. Nope, this is new. From West McDowell Justice Court for driving on a suspended, revoked, canceled, or just without a driver's license. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor, and there is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because this is a brand new case, and I am going to release you. May 27th is your court date. That's 3 weeks from now. May 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. The police did tell me you've got 2 criminal suspensions, 3 revocations. I don't even want to know because I'm releasing you. What I want to tell you is you need to go to court. It's not up to me to decide what happens in your case or even whether you did it. There is probable cause. All I need to know is you're going to go to court and you're going to comply with my conditions, which include no crimes. It is a crime for a person to drive without a license. Sounds like you understand, Mr. Albira, and you may or may not know this, but eventually the justices of the peace are just going to start giving you 6 months at a time if you don't stop.
Yes, Judge.
You do face some time. If the county attorney wants to ask for jail time, they'll assign you a lawyer to help you. But we don't at this point. We wait for the county attorney to indicate whether they're asking for time, or even if they don't and the court wants to give you time. If the court just says, I want to look at jail for this guy, they're going to give you a lawyer. So consult with a lawyer or represent yourself. But if you are directly facing time in this case, they'll assign a lawyer for you.
How would I be looking at time on this, Judge?
You can get up to 6 months jail for every time you do it. So what will happen is people start doing it a lot, and then you can just look at their criminal history. They do it, they do 6 months jail. They come out, takes them about 6 months to do it again, they get caught, they do 6 months jail. And the judges give them 6 months jail every time because that's the maximum sentence, and they won't stop. And so, of course you face time in this. You face up to 6 months in the county lockup for this. But right now, I don't have any reason to think it's going to go that far. I don't know. But if at any point down the road, the judge in your case, who is not me, decides, we could be looking at a jail sentence maybe for this guy, they're going to get you a lawyer to help you defend your case. But I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because we assume most people on this crime don't get jail time. Until they keep doing it. That's what I'm trying to warn you.
Thank you, Judge.
That's what I'm just trying to tell you. So you're heading into that territory.
I do. I am.
I don't see them going 6 months immediately. Like if you've never done jail, they might start with 5 days, 10 days, 30 days.
No.
Depends on the judge.
It all depends on the judge.
But they'll give you a lawyer if they're thinking about giving you time.
Did you say I had a warrant or no?
No. What they say is the police said that you have had 2 suspensions and 3 revocations, which means you haven't had a license for a long time and you won't stop driving. I'm releasing you. Releasing you. But don't incriminate yourself. Good luck. All right, Miss. Oh no, that's a house call. All right, so I've got one house call. Are we about to be clear though? Okay, let's go ahead with Mr. Cortez, Efren Cortez. And then Anthony Gonzalez. Are you the last person in there? Are you alone? Okay, thanks. All right, sir, I need your full name and your date of birth, please.
Efren Cortez, 01/28/2000.
All right, thank you. You're in a new case. You're arrested for 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Those are Class 2 felonies. 6 counts of sexual, I don't know why they broke. Oh, it's a different subsection, sorry. a total of 16 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Those are Class 2 felonies. 6 counts of sexual conduct with a minor. Those are Class 2 felonies. And I do note for the record the allegation is a minor under the age of 12, which is significant for a reason I will tell you in a moment. Based on what the police have provided, there is probable cause for all of those things. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference, May 12th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That's this Monday. Preliminary hearing, May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on the allegations against you, which include a very strong weight of evidence, the police allege that they have a lot of evidence against you. The court finds that you pose an extreme risk both to children in the community and of committing future hands-on offenses. There's an extreme risk of retaliation or intimidation against these current alleged victims. Also, based on Arizona law, you may well face a mandatory life sentence. And so the court believes that the state's recommendation, which on its face sounds higher than what the court sets in these cases, is appropriate. And that is $500,000 cash. And that includes the idea that anybody who is aware that they face a potential mandatory life sentence in prison has a strong motive to flee to avoid that outcome, whether they did it or not. So I am setting bail in the amount of $500,000. It is cash only. By law, if you post that, you must be on an ankle monitor because you're accused of sexually motivated crime. You are not in jail or out of jail. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victims nor any of their family members. Can't go to the scene of the alleged crimes if you're out of custody. No contact with anyone under the age of 18, including any children of your own. No accessing of the internet at any point for any reason. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And also I note, I did order house arrest. If you bond out, you will be on house arrest on an ankle monitor. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Everything is going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they're going to give you a copy of that. All right, Mr. Gonzalez? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Name is Anthony Gonzalez, Anthony King Gonzalez. Birthday is 2794.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You're accused of 4 counts of unlawfully viewing or recording a person in a state of undress. Those are Class 4 felonies. 4 counts of voyeurism, which are Class 4 felonies. And there is probable cause for all of those. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be May 12th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $10,000 and it is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. I will tell you, the state, they recommended what I think is high under the circumstances. I understand why they did it. They recommended $250,000 cash, but these are not what we call hands-on offenses. Not yet. They are on the continuum very much of somebody who eventually goes hands-on. That being said, they are not accusing you of that at this point in time. There does not appear to be evidence of that. Secondly, I believe, I'm not an expert in the sex crime sentencing, although I did look up the potential sentence for the prior defendant because I wanted to be sure when I said I believe he faces a mandatory life sentence. I believe these are probation eligible, but you need to talk to your lawyer, but I'm considering that the punishment that you face is considerably less, for example, than the punishment that defendant faces. Those are hands-on offenses that are alleged against him. So, and against very young children, which vastly increases the penalties. So that being said, I've considered that the likely punishment in your case is probably less. Yet there is evidence of a sexual fixation on children. That is dangerous because of the compulsive nature of that type of, we call it a paraphilia. So in any event, you still have to be on an ankle monitor because you're charged with a sexually motivated felony. So if you post a bond, you come out on an ankle monitor. You cannot live where anybody under the age of 18 lives.
Is there any chance I could talk to my son at least?
No. And that is for 2 reasons. Number one, that there is evidence that people with a sexual fixation on children, if their means of satisfying that urge is curtailed as to other people's children. Well, it often starts with their own children, but it can extend to their own children, so that is for your son's safety. Secondly, it is alleged that your son is a primary witness in the case, and the court is very concerned that you might engage in witness intimidation or retaliation.
Never.
So that is for your son's safety. You can talk to your lawyer about any motion to modify that order, but at this point in time, the court believes that your son's safety is the most important factor in considering that, so not at this time. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. That's obviously for out of custody. I mean, not if you're in custody either. And if you get served with any order of protection or order against harassment, you have to comply with that as well. Everything is on your paperwork, and so I think we're good to go on that. If you would just take that from the officer, you'll be all done. Your court dates start next week.
Is there any way I can kind of convey on why I had to record, or?
Oh, gosh. Here, so I certainly advise you, Mr. Gonzalez, you have the right to speak at this hearing, but you have the right to remain silent. And you are facing serious charges, the kind which, just because they're probation eligible, doesn't mean a court might not choose prison anyway. So I certainly encourage every defendant not to talk about what they're accused of with anyone other than their lawyer, because their lawyer can tell their side of the story and it can't be used against them. If you tell your side of the story, it can generally be used against you. And this hearing's being audio and video recorded, so whatever you told me would not be terribly likely to make me change release conditions, and then you will have potentially made an incriminating statement that could be used against you at trial. And so I like to call that bad math. If you say things to me trying to get me to lower your bond, what you could be doing is incriminating yourself at trial, just in an attempt to get out in the interim. Your biggest problem is the trial. So focus on not doing anything that could impair your ability to defend your case. And like I said, talking to other inmates, talking to a different judge, talking to people on the phone, all of that could be used against you. But if you talk to your lawyer and tell your lawyer your side of the story, your lawyer can put that in motions, can talk about it in court, your lawyer can speak for you, and that can never be used against you. So if you still want to say something, you can, but Mr. Gonzalez, every defense attorney ever would tell you it's a bad idea.
But I gotta say something. No.
All right, sir.
I had no intent to harm, and I have no infatuation with hurting an actual child. It is all just, I have a thing with an adolescent body, but that's as far as it will ever go. And I will constantly always make sure that is never anything that will never happen. I just wanted to make sure the girls were safe because they were going through difficult times, and I didn't want anything to happen to them. And the only time I couldn't keep an eye on them is in the bathroom. But that's all I got to say.
Okay, sir. All right, we're going to give you your paperwork if you step out to your left.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right, and so, officer, we've got Mavis Awuma as a house call. And it said that she had tried to sit with the males. Does that mean she's probably told more than once and wouldn't stop? Okay. Has she been any trouble for you guys that you know of?
She's in an isolation.
So no idea. Alrighty. I'm gonna go see her in-house to conduct her initial appearance. This is Mavis Awuma, born 12/24 of 77. She's here on an arrest warrant from an older case. She got charged in a criminal complaint with aggravated assault on a correctional employee, class 5 felony, from January 31st of 2025. I am appointing a lawyer for her. This was an unserved summons warrant. So I am hoping, based on her criminal history, which is a lot of misdemeanors, but nothing violent since 2009, and that was a misdemeanor. So I'm going to hope that I can release her to pretrial services supervision with the status conference May 21st at 8:30, preliminary hearing May 23rd at 8:30. But I am going to go talk to her and try to get an assessment of whether I think she's likely to come to court and comply with release conditions. The release conditions will include no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, no contact with the alleged victim. So if anything changes, then her court dates are going to be May 12th for the status conference and May 15th for the preliminary hearing. But my final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision after I go conduct this initial appearance in-house immediately following this recording. I'm not going to update the recording. Just my final order will reflect my ultimate decision. All right, then we're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Those Hughes. I don't know what that is.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Tuesday, May 6th. Do I have a court interpreter on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy comisionada Hughes. Esta es la lista de casos para las 2 de la tarde, hoy, martes 6 de mayo.
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Interpreter.
You're welcome.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of May will apply to the hearings on this calendar.
La orden para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN emitida en la primera lista de casos para el mes de mayo aplicará a esta lista de casos.
As we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time.
Al empezar esta sesión esta tarde, les estaré llamando a que pasen a la sala uno a la vez.
Okay, thanks. I'll ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom.
Pediré que el que pase se ponga de pie detrás del podio que está aquí en el centro de la sala.
I will ask the next two people that I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two chairs right inside this door facing all of you.
Las siguientes dos personas que pasarán, les pediré que pasen y tomen asiento en estas sillas grises que se ven aquí, que están viendo a donde están ustedes.
Once you work your way into the courtroom and you are behind the podium, the first thing that I will do is ask you to state your full name and date of birth.
Una vez que hayan entrado a la sala y estén de pie detrás del podio, lo primero que haré es que le pediré que me diga su nombre completo.
And date of birth.
Y su fecha de nacimiento.
After that, I'll explain to you why you are here this afternoon, and then we will talk about whether you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer.
Lo primero que haré es que les explicaré por qué están aquí esta tarde. Luego les diré si califican para abogado de oficio.
Whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you all have the right to the assistance of counsel, and you have the right to choose to hire a private lawyer if you wish to.
Así califiquen para abogado de oficio o no, cada uno de ustedes tienen el derecho de contratar un abogado que ustedes elijan, si desean.
After we talk about whether you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times you'll be required to attend after this court hearing.
Después de asignarle un abogado, les daré a conocer la siguiente fecha, hora y lugar de su siguiente comparecencia.
And the last thing we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody, and if you are, on what terms and conditions you can be released.
La última cosa que trataremos es si usted legalmente califica para la libertad provisional y si califica, bajo qué condiciones será puesto en libertad.
In addition to the right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom this afternoon can be used against you.
Aparte del derecho que tienen de un abogado, tienen derecho de no hablar. Cualquier cosa que digan aquí en la sala el día de hoy podría usarse en su contra.
There will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon for purposes of your defense. Because anything you say could be used against you and there won't be a lawyer in here, I will encourage all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Debido a que no habrá un abogado aquí esta tarde con el fin de defenderlo y por motivo de que las cosas que digan pueden usarse en su contra, yo les aconsejaré que no hablen acerca de los hechos que se alegan en su caso.
Last thing I'll tell you all before we get started is that all of the information you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document that you'll get a copy of when you step back into that room. So please don't feel like you need to memorize everything that I tell you while you're in the courtroom.
Finalmente, antes de empezar, toda la información que yo les diga el día de hoy vendrá escrita en un documento que se les entregue al final de su sesión. Así que no se sientan con la obligación de tener que memorizar todo lo que les diga.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please ask Edward Ocampo to work your way into the courtroom behind the gray podium? Said Cruz Velasquez, if you'd sit in the chair right inside this door.
Vamos a empezar con Eduardo Ocampo. Pase y póngase de pie detrás del podio que está en la sala. Y señor Said Cruz, usted tome asiento en la silla que está dentro de la sala.
Eduardo Ocampo?
Ocampo!
Can I please have your full name and date of birth after the translation?
Por favor, dígame su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento después de la traducción.
Eduardo Rivera Ocampo, primero 23 de 1988.
Eduardo Rivera Campo, 1st 23, 1990.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ocampo. You are here on two different matters. Both of them allege new allegations against you.
Gracias, señor Ocampo. Usted comparece el día de hoy por dos asuntos distintos y por dos casos distintos en las que se alegan distintas acusaciones en su contra.
The first of those two cases is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed alleging 3 new allegations against you.
El primero de estos dos es por una orden de aprehensión que se libró tras una querella presentada en su contra. Se le imputan 3 acusaciones nuevas.
The allegations in that direct complaint are 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence and 1 count of forgery, all Class 4 felonies.
Los cargos que se le imputan son 2 cargos de conducir en estado de ebriedad agravado y se le imputa 1 cargo de falsificación. Ambos son delitos de categoría 4.
The second case is new allegations against you based on a new arrest.
El segundo caso que hay en su contra se basa en acusaciones nuevas por un arresto nuevo.
Those allegations are 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence, a Class 4 felony, and 3 counts of aggravated driving under the influence as a Class 6 felony.
Tiene una acusación de conducir en estado de ebriedad agravado, un delito de categoría 4, y tiene 3 cargos de conducir en estado de ebriedad, delitos de categoría 6.
In both of these cases, I have appointed a court-appointed lawyer to represent you.
En ambos de estos casos, he asignado un abogado de asesoría pública para que le represente.
Your next court hearings in both of these cases will be the same. It will be a status conference May 12th and then a preliminary hearing May 15th.
Las siguientes comparecencias serán el día 12 de mayo para una consulta de actualización y el 15 de mayo para una audiencia preliminar.
Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown.
Ambas comparecencias serán en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In each of these 2 cases, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond for a total of $20,000 all secured appearance.
Por cada uno de estos 2 casos, usted tiene una fianza de $10,000 fianza respaldada en cada uno de estos casos, un total de $20,000 de fianza respaldada.
If that bond is posted, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services for alcohol testing and monitoring.
Si usted presta esas fianzas, será puesto en libertad provisional bajo la supervisión de control de procesados para monitorear su uso del alcohol.
If you are released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot operate a motor vehicle so long as these cases remain pending.
Si usted es puesto en libertad provisional, usted tendrá prohibido tener alcohol o drogas sin una receta médica y tendrá prohibido conducir un vehículo motorizado mientras esté pendiente este caso.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
¿Entiende todas estas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ocampo. You can step back to your left and get a copy of your paperwork.
Gracias, señor Ocampo. Recoja la copia de sus documentos.
Next, can I please have Said Cruz Velasquez into the courtroom behind the podium?
Ahora Said Cruz Velázquez tome lugar ahí detrás del podio.
Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Said Cruz Velázquez, 24 de noviembre de 2005.
Said Cruz Velázquez, November 24th, 2005.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Muchas gracias. Usted comparece el día de hoy por acusaciones nuevas.
Those allegations are 1 count of criminal speeding and 1 count of reckless driving, both misdemeanor allegations.
Tiene una acusación de correr en exceso de velocidad y un cargo de manejo temerario. Ambos son faltas de categoría 1.
Because these are misdemeanor allegations, the nature of those charges does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer.
Debido a la naturaleza de estos ilícitos y como son faltas, usted no califica para que le asigne abogado de oficio.
You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. You will just have to hire a lawyer if you wish to be represented.
Usted tiene el derecho a la asesoría de un abogado, solo que usted tendrá que contratar el abogado si desea que uno le represente.
Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 19th at 1:30 in the Desert Ridge Justice Court.
Su siguiente comparecencia será lectura de cargos el 19 de mayo en el Juzgado de Paz, Desert Ridge.
I am releasing you on your own recognizance, which means you will be released from custody, and you will then be responsible for getting yourself to that next court hearing.
Lo dejaré en libertad bajo caución juratoria. Es decir, que usted será puesto en libertad y tendrá la obligación de hacerse llegar al lugar de su siguiente comparecencia.
Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Una vez que usted sea puesto en libertad, tendrá prohibido conducir un vehículo motorizado si es que no tiene una licencia de conducir vigente.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
¿Entiende todo esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can work your way back to your left and get your paperwork.
Muchas gracias. Recoja su documento ahí a la izquierda.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, could you please make an inquiry of the gallery to see if there's anybody else that requires your assistance before I excuse you?
Yes, ma'am. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy el intérprete de la comisionada. ¿Hay alguna persona más en la sala que no habla inglés, que necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano ahora.
Daniel Castro Olguin. Is that your name? Yes. Come on in. Okay, we have one more, Mr. Interpreter, so please don't disconnect. Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Outstanding. Okay, can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Dígame su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Daniel Olguín Castro, 31 de diciembre de 1999.
Daniel Olguín Castro, December 31st, 1999.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castro. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Gracias, señor Castro. Usted comparece aquí por acusaciones nuevas.
Those allegations are one count of burglary, a class 3 felony.
Tiene una acusación de allanamiento, un delito de categoría 3.
One count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony.
Una acusación de droga narcótica, delito de categoría 4.
One count of stalking, a class 5 felony.
Y tiene una acusación de acecho, un delito de categoría 5.
One count of assault, one count of disorderly conduct, one count of criminal damage, all class 1 misdemeanors.
Tiene una acusación de agresión, una acusación de conducta escandalosa y una acusación. Your Honor, pardon the interpreter, I forgot what the last charge is, the last misdemeanor.
The last one was criminal damage, all 3 class 1 misdemeanors.
Y tiene la última acusación es daño en propiedad ajena. Los 3 son faltas de categoría 1.
Last is one count of criminal trespassing, a class 2 misdemeanor.
Por último, tiene una acusación de entrada en propiedad ajena sin permiso, una falta de categoría 2.
I have found probable cause to support all of those allegations with the exception of the narcotic drug allegation. I did not find probable cause to support that allegation.
Dicto que hay motivos de procesamiento para todas esas acusaciones, con la excepción de la acusación de droga narcótica. Para eso no dicto que hay motivos de procesamiento.
I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
He asignado a un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que le represente.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 12th and a preliminary hearing May 15th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes comparecencias serán una consulta de actualización el día 12 de mayo y una audiencia preliminar programada para el 15 de mayo, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad.
On the allegations supported by probable cause, I have imposed a $25,000 secured appearance bond.
Por las acusaciones para las que dicté que hay motivos de procesamiento, le he fijado una fianza respaldada en su caso de $25,000.
If that bond is posted prior to your physical release from custody, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring.
Si usted presta esas fianzas antes de ser puesto en libertad, se le pondrá un grillete de monitoreo para su supervisión.
If you post that bond and you are released on an ankle monitor, you cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted presta la fianza y sale con el grillete de monitoreo, tendrá prohibido tener armas, tendrá prohibido tener alcohol o drogas sin una receta médica válida.
You cannot return to the scene where any of the underlying allegations took place or have contact with any alleged victims.
Tendrá prohibido volver al lugar de los supuestos hechos y tendrá prohibido tener contacto con las supuestas víctimas.
And you are strictly ordered to comply with the terms of any orders of protection that have been or are later served upon you.
Y tendrá el requisito estricto de cumplir con cualquier orden de alejamiento que se le haya entregado o se le pueda entregar posteriormente.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
¿Entiende todas estas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Gracias, señor Castro. Recoja su papeleo.
Officer, was there anybody else that requested an interpreter?
No.
Okay, nobody else is requesting a Spanish interpreter. Thank you very much for your assistance. You are free to disconnect, Mr. Interpreter.
Thank you.
Okay, can I please have Kyle Listrom into the courtroom behind the podium? Jose Garcia, if I could ask you to have a seat in the first chair right inside this door. Gary Collins, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Kyle Listrom, 9/20/90.
Thank you very much, Mr. Listrom. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of burglary, a Class 4 felony, and 6 counts of possession of burglary tools, all Class 6 felonies. I have found probable cause to support the burglary allegation and 1 count of possession of burglary tools. I did not find probable cause to support the other 5 possession of burglary tools allegations. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 12th and then a preliminary hearing May 15th, both of those at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Because the 2 allegations supported by probable cause are felony offenses that are alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in a different felony case, you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail, at least until an evidentiary hearing is held. That hearing is scheduled for May 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and that hearing on the 13th, you will be held in custody without bond. Do you understand that information?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Listrom. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jose Garcia to the podium in the courtroom, please. Michael Adams, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Gary Collins, if you'd shift over to the first one. Yeah.
Gary Collins is not here yet.
Why is he put on my calendar then? Outstanding. Okay. Do we have any reason to believe he's coming later, officers?
Maybe he was an add-on, so I don't even know if they finished page 2ing him.
Well, clearly they have because he's on the docket.
Well then, whenever he gets here, if he's not here yet, it was a late add-on.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Just bump him to the bottom and hopefully he's here. Sorry, Mr. Garcia. Okay, Michael Adams, if you're in the first chair, very good. Dulcie Billy, if you'd work your way to the second chair. All right, can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jose Manuel Garcia III and 5102.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of murder in the 2nd degree. It is a class 1 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 12th and then a preliminary hearing May 15th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, I have imposed a $750,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring prior to your physical release from custody. If you post that bond and you are released, you are ordered not to return to the scene where any events allegedly giving rise to this crime took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot have contact with any alleged deceased victim's family. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. You can step back and get your paperwork. Okay, Michael Adams, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jay Buffin, if I could, or JD Buffin, if I could ask you to work your way to the second chair. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Michael Matthew Adams, 04/27/2000.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 2 counts of assault, both class 1 misdemeanors, 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, also a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of preventing or interfering with the use of a telephone in an emergency. That's a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I have determined that you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer to defend you. That lawyer is going to be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing. It will take place May 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the East Mesa Justice Court. On these allegations, you have a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where these alleged events took place. You cannot have any contact with alleged victims or witnesses. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And whether or not you are released from custody, you are ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment, if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams.
Your Honor.
You can step back and get your paperwork. Dulcie Billy?
Am I being released today?
Go ahead and sit back. Was your question, am I being released today?
Yeah, am I being?
You have a bond, so it is entirely up to you if and when you get out of custody. As soon as that bond is posted, you are release eligible.
So it's 15,000?
It's 15,000 secured appearance. Secured appearance means you can use a bonding company if you want to get that posted. There's a list of bonding companies and phone numbers back in the jail. If you want to explore that option, you can start calling them as soon as you get back there.
Okay, awesome.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're Michael. Okay, Dulcie Billy to the podium in the courtroom, please. Freddie Fasundo, if you would work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Dulcie Lorinda Billy, August 17, 2004.
Thank you, Miss Billy. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated assault, a class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation and appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 12th and then a preliminary hearing May 15th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, I have imposed a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where these alleged events took place. You cannot have contact with the alleged victim. You also cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol, and you are strictly ordered to comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Billy. You can step back and get your paperwork. He's here? Yes. Here as he's in the gallery right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, J.D. Biffin, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Gary Collins, if I could ask you to take a seat in the second chair inside the door.
Sir, can you take off your hood? Okay, right behind the man, sir. You're gonna be next.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
J.D. Buffin, 10/31/1972.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buffin. Okay, you are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation was filed. It alleges that you have violated terms 4, 5, 7, and 15 of your probation. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment, May 13th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buffin. You can step back and get your paperwork. Freddie Fasundo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Collins, if you'll shift over to the first chair, and then if I could ask Adonis Brooks to have a seat in the second chair, please. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Freddie Facundo, 11/03/95.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a final trial management conference in an existing felony aggravated driving under the influence case. You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a status conference May 15th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $5,000 cash-only bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Gary Collins, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Teresa Hernandez, if you'd please take a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Gary Collins, 8/31/01.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I am seeing you this afternoon on a warrant issued by the Yavapai County Superior Court. It appears to be a failure to appear warrant from April 16th. I don't know whether or not you have a lawyer appointed for you in the underlying case. If you do, that lawyer, that Yavapai County court-appointed lawyer, will continue to represent you. If you do not, the Yavapai County Court will appoint counsel for you at your next court hearing in Yavapai County.
Okay.
That hearing is scheduled to be an arraignment hearing on May 9th at 8:30. It'll be in the Yavapai County Superior Court. And on that warrant, the Yavapai County judge has imposed a $20,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you're released from custody, you'll be responsible for getting yourself up to Yavapai County for that hearing on May 9th. If you don't post that bond, you'll stay in custody and presumably be transported either by MCSO or Yavapai County will come down and pick you up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like there was a hearing in some felony case pending in Yavapai County that you weren't present for, and when you weren't present at that hearing, the court issued a warrant for your arrest.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Collins. You can step back and get your paperwork. Adonis Brooks to the podium in the courtroom, please. Rosemary Mesa, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Adonis Brooks, Adonis Marquette Brooks.
And what's your date of birth?
March 20th, 1976.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation was filed. It alleges that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you in those probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing, May 13th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $3,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And if you're released from custody within 24 hours of being released, you have to call your probation officer. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. You can step back and get your paperwork. Teresa Hernandez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Tyler Stark, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Teresa Hernandez, October 11th, 1996.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hernandez. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. In this case, the allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, those are both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you against the allegations in that direct complaint. Your next court hearings in that case will be a status conference May 12th and a preliminary hearing May 15th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. The second matter that you're here on is a bench warrant issued by the probation court when you failed to appear at a non-witness violation hearing. In that probation case, you already have a lawyer assigned to you. Your next court hearing in the probation matter will be a new non-witness violation hearing. It's scheduled for May 12th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On each of these two warrants, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $2,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can step back and get your paperwork. Rosemary Mesa, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. William Garrison, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Rosemary Mesa, 7/18/80.
Thank you, Ms. Mesa. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment May 13th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah, so I can post 500 today if I wanted to?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions?
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Macy. You can step back and get your paperwork. Tyler Stark to the podium in the courtroom, please. Gimel Reed, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Tyler Stark, 5587, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stark. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Navajo County Superior Court. The underlying allegations in that Navajo County case appear to be drug and misconduct involving weapons allegations. I am not making any orders regarding your entitlement to counsel in that case. If you have a lawyer, that lawyer will continue to defend you. If you don't, but you think you're entitled to one, that order has to come from the Navajo County Court. Let me get through this. I'll let you talk at the end.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So whether or not you have a court-appointed lawyer is a determination that has to be made up in Navajo County. Okay, your next hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 14th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Navajo County Superior Court, and the Navajo County judge has indicated that you have a $500 secured appearance bond on that warrant. Okay, sir, what information do you want to give me, keeping in mind you don't have a lawyer? Anything you say could be used against you.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm currently reside in Navajo County. I just got sentenced to 2 years of probation here, so supervised probation in Maricopa. I was going to do in the interstate compact and get it shifted back up to Navajo County. I was wondering, how is that going to affect having a bond? How is that going to affect my 72 hours to report to Maricopa if I'm wanting a bond?
Well, so you have 72 hours from your release from custody to report to adult probation.
Okay.
So long as you remain in custody, your 72-hour clock isn't ticking yet. Also, you could attempt to call your probation officer from in jail.
I don't even know who it is yet, Your Honor.
Oh,
I literally
that
got
might be a
sentenced
problem.
yesterday on my birthday.
Do you have On a Maricopa County case?
Yeah, on a Maricopa County case.
Were you represented in that Maricopa County case?
Yes, I was by a public defender,
Do you have contact information for that public defender?
No, I do not. Once the case was closed, we parted ways.
Okay.
I do have a private attorney in Navajo County that is what happened was my FTA was because I was incarcerated.
Do you have contact information for that Navajo County lawyer? Or could you contact somebody that could get that?
Yes, but I was wondering if I could get an OR because I would like to check in and just kind of make my way back home.
So unfortunately, I can't OR you because I'm not the judge, and this is not the court that issued that warrant and imposed that bond.
Okay.
So you will have to post that in order to be eligible for release. If you post that, great, get yourself back up to Navajo County, but before you transport yourself to Navajo County, check in with your probation officer here in Maricopa County. If you don't post that bond, then I would say reach out to somebody that you can get in contact with that's not in custody.
Yes.
Try and get in contact with either your Navajo County lawyer or get them to see if they can get a phone number to Maricopa Probation so you can start those check-ins.
So the bond's out of Navajo County then?
It is, but Maricopa County will accept it to secure your release.
Thank you.
Bonds in Arizona are county specific, but also kind of statewide. So you post it here in Maricopa County to get out of custody. Yavapai County would then determine what happens with Navajo County would then determine what happens with the bond posted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions?
So it's just 500, that's it?
It's 500 secured appearance, that's it.
Yes, ma'am. That's all I need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
William Garrison to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jay Draper, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Yes, William Charles Garrison, 3/29/1982.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrison. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing, May 13th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you're released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Gimal Reed to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jonathan Walker, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can I ask you to state your name and date of birth?
My name is Jamal Reed. Well, my name is Jamal Kincaid Reed, and I was born on August 10th, 1996.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. My apologies for mispronouncing your first name.
It's okay, Your Honor.
You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of burglary, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal trespassing in a critical public service facility, that's a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of causing criminal damage, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support these allegations. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 21st and then a preliminary hearing May 23rd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services with the condition of electronic monitoring. What that means is you will be released from custody without having to post a bond. But prior to your release from custody, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor. Once you are released on that ankle monitor, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. You cannot return to the scene where these alleged events took place or have contact with any alleged witnesses. You also cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. What questions do you have, Mr. Reed?
So the burglary, what is the burglary for?
It's for breaking the plane of the building, entering the building.
Oh, that's what that's for. Interesting. I didn't know you can get in trouble for burglary like that. I was gonna say I didn't know, and I'll try to make it short and sweet. I was gonna say I didn't know that if you went into like one of like these sites or facilities like that, it would be a felony charge.
So here, let me tell you this. I am not seeing you on the underlying facts. I don't want you to make any statements regarding those facts because you don't have a lawyer. So what I'm going to encourage you to do is talk to your lawyer about the facts of your case and the way that it is booked in right now. Your lawyer can talk to you about the underlying facts and how those facts met or don't meet the legal elements of the crimes alleged.
I think I'll do that.
Very good. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Okay. The ankle monitor, I have one last question. The ankle monitor, What's the parameters of that? Am I not allowed to be at that place that happened at?
Well, that is independent of the ankle monitor. That is true. You cannot go back there.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the ankle monitor, though. That's not a condition of the ankle monitor. That's a condition of your release from custody.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Jay Draper to the podium in the courtroom, please. Destiny Ferris, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
J. Adam Draper, January 6, 1987.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of assault and 1 count of disorderly conduct. They are both Class 1 misdemeanors. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've determined you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer to defend you. That lawyer is going to be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing May 27th. It will take place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the Buckeye Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, which first means you will be responsible for getting yourself to that next court hearing. Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You are also ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any have been or are later served upon you. Mr. Draper, if all of these orders in connection mean that I'm ordering you not to return to your primary residence, you must find an alternate residence between now and your release and at least your first hearing on the 27th. If you need to return to this location to retrieve items that you might have there that you need between now and the 27th, you can have 1 civil standby with law enforcement, which means you can call the non-emergency number to any law enforcement agency, have an officer escort you to that location to retrieve whatever items you might need and that are there. If you need that and you exercise that right to a civil standby, please retrieve all items at that location you might need between now and the 27th, because you can only go back 1 time between now and the 27th. Do you understand all of those conditions?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Draper. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you, too.
Jonathan Walker to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jenny Flores, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jonathan, 8/23/96.
What's your last name?
Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. You are here on a warrant issued by the Goodyear Municipal Court in a misdemeanor case involving theft and criminal trespassing. I'm not making any orders regarding your entitlement to a court-appointed lawyer in that case. If you have a lawyer, that lawyer will continue to work with you. If you don't have one, but you think you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, you'll want to bring that up with the Goodyear judge at your next court hearing.
Okay.
That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing May 21st at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It will be in the Goodyear Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to that court hearing on the 21st.
Okay.
Once you're out of custody, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying alleged trespassing offense took place, if you know where that is, and you cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of the theft or trespassing allegation, if there are any and you know who they are. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
You can step back and get your paperwork. Destiny Ferris, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jonathan Ferris, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Destiny Ferris, 5/11/87.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 2 counts of disorderly conduct. They are both Class 1 misdemeanors. Because those underlying allegations are non-domestic violence misdemeanor allegations, you are not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. You'll just have to hire a lawyer to defend you if you wish to be represented. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 27th. It will be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you're going to be released from custody, which means it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to the Peoria Court May 27th at 9 o'clock. Once you're out of custody, you cannot have contact with the complainant or any witnesses of this allegation. You also can't have contact with any alleged co-defendants. You cannot return to the scene where this allegation took place, and you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ferris. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jenny Flores to the podium in the courtroom, please. Juan Avalos, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jenny Flores, April 10th, 1993.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. You are here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. That direct complaint alleges 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence, both Class 6 felonies. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you against those allegations. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 21st and then a preliminary hearing May 23rd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance on that warrant, so you will be released from custody and it will be your responsibility to get yourself to both of those next court hearings. Once you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. And if you operate a motor vehicle, you cannot have a passenger in the vehicle under the age of 18. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Flores. I need to have my clerk reprint your paperwork, but she will do that and we'll bring it out to you if you'll step back to your left.
Okay. Will you reprint that one, please?
Jonathan Ferris to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Jonathan Ferris, 12/5/1986.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferris. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 2 counts of disorderly conduct. They are both Class 1 misdemeanors. Because they are non-domestic violence misdemeanor offenses, the nature of those charges does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. You do have the right to the assistance of counsel still. You will just have to hire a private lawyer to defend you if you wish to be represented. Your next court hearing on this allegation will be an arraignment hearing. It will take place May 27th at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing on May 27th. Once you are out of custody, you cannot return to the scene where these alleged disorderly conduct violations took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants. You also cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes. Can I ask a question too? So we were supposed to fly out next week. Are we still able to fly out for a wedding to Chicago?
Who's we?
Me and my wife.
Is your wife Destiny Ferris?
Yes.
Well, so technically no. You have to stay in the state of Arizona while this case remains pending. When are you supposed to leave?
We're supposed to leave out the 14th. We have plane tickets and return back on Sunday.
So I can't do anything about your wife's release conditions because she didn't address it and her matter is closed. So she's going to have to stay in Arizona unless she petitions the Peoria court for a different hearing or gets permission to leave the state from Peoria. The only thing that I can do for you is put a small bond on this case to get your hearing date bumped up so you see the Peoria judge sooner. If I do that, I would put a $25 bond on this case and your hearing date would change to May 8th at 9 o'clock instead of May 27th.
So I guess my best option would just be to cancel the flight, right?
Well, I can't tell you what to do. So I can put a small bond, get you to the judge in Peoria on the 8th, and then you could address whether or not you can leave Arizona with that judge on the 8th. If that judge says yes, then you're free to go on the 14th.
Well, if my wife can't go, then it wouldn't be worth it.
Well, she has the option of talking to the Peoria judge. So your next hearing, as it stands, is May 27th at 9 o'clock. There is nothing that prohibits you from going to the Peoria court tomorrow. It's not Friday, right? Going to the Peoria court sometime during business hours, Monday through Friday, before you intend to leave, seeing if you can get your hearing date bumped up there, or seeing if you can see the judge to get a preliminary order to allow you to leave the state prior to your hearing. You could do that. But if you don't have an order from the Peoria court that allows you to leave the state of Arizona and you leave, it would be a violation of your release condition.
Gotcha.
So hopefully that answered your question. So you want me to leave this as is, release you on your own recognizance?
Yeah, because I got work tomorrow, and I just got to get to work,
Okay, so you will be released. Your next hearing is 5/27 at 9 o'clock. You have, in your release order, you have the address and phone number to the Peoria court. You could, as soon as you get out of here, assuming it's before 5, you could call the Peoria court, say, hey, I was just released out of ITR, I went through IA court, I didn't get permission to leave the state. How can I ask the Peoria judge to allow me to leave the state? They might say file a motion. They might say come down tomorrow. So you always have the option to address that with the Peoria judge even before your hearing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Juan Avalos to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Juan Eduardo Avalos, 11/27/04.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of criminal speeding. It is a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support that allegation. Because it is a misdemeanor offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. You have the right to the assistance of counsel. You'll just have to hire a lawyer if you wish to be defended. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 27th. It will be at 9:30 in the morning in the White Tank Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody. It will be your responsibility to get yourself to that next court hearing. Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, but I do have a question.
Okay.
So I do work out of state. I'm from Texas. I do go home for 1 week, but if I do make it back for a court, is that okay?
Well, technically you're required to stay in the state of Arizona while this case is pending.
Okay.
You live in Texas or you work in Texas?
I live in Texas, Your Honor.
So, do you work here?
Yes, as of right now, I'm working here.
So do you have current plans to go back to Texas?
I did have yes, Your Honor. I did make plans to go back to Texas for a week.
On what day?
On the 18th, Your Honor.
Could you bump that back until after your hearing on the 27th?
Yes, Your Honor, I can.
Okay, so that's option number 1. Option number 2 is similar to what I gave the last gentleman. I could put a small bond on this case. That would bump your court date up to May 9th at 8:30 instead of May 27th. So you would have a court date May 9th that would get you to the White Tank judge on the 9th before the 18th when you intended to leave. And then if the White Tank judge gives you permission to go back to Texas, you wouldn't have to change any plans. You would, however, have to post that bond in order to get out of custody. So do you want me to put a small bond and bump your hearing date up, or do you want to move your plans and keep it released on your own recognizance and your next court date is the 27th?
I'll move my plans.
Okay, so I will release you on your own recognizance. Your next court date will still be May 27th. Between now and the 27th, please stay in Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
You have the same option I gave the last gentleman. You have the right to call or go to the White Tank Justice Court if you want to try to be seen by that judge sooner to try and get permission to leave if you wanted to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Avalos?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, number 4 on the calendar, Heath A. Deere, date of birth 7/26/85, is not in the courtroom because he's being held in medical isolation. He is here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations and appointed the public defender's office to represent him. His next court hearings will be status conference May 21st and then a preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing him to the supervision of pretrial services. If anything changes after I see him cell side, the court's final orders regarding his release conditions will be reflected in his written release order. Okay, that concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.